Chair Philseth. Here. Councilmember Fine. Here. Councilmember Holman. Councilmember Tanaka. Here. 3 present.
So welcome to the May 4th Finance Committee meeting on budget hearings. And thank everybody for coming this late hour. And it may go a little bit later. And so the first off, we'll have oral communications, and we have one member of the public to speak, and that is Ms. Verhel. And thank you for joining us. And Rita, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. So I just want to say a couple things. One, I'm really concerned about the tree trimming budget this year. Over the last several years, because of the drought and possibly dewatering, trees have really taken a hit, and I don't know if someone from Canopy is going to be coming and speaking to that directly. But there are dead trees all over Palo Alto. And I know when I trimmed my eucalyptus in front of the house, it was $450, and I'll be doing that again this year. And it was $250 each year to fertilize it. Luckily, the tree is coming back, and I'm dedicated to keeping that tree alive. But I think if you decrease the tree trimming budget, you're going to end up with a city that is no longer going to be declared one of the tree cities of the world, whatever Jim King mentioned was the award the other day. The other thing is I'm really glad to see that the City Council may be moving away from assuming 100% of the track watch expenses. I think that the schools should pay at least 50% of this. I know the schools have a budget problem, but honestly, I think that they have been negligent in managing their money, and because of that, the City Council shouldn't pick up their fair share, more than their share. Also, I think that the schools could be asked to pay for more than what they're paying now for playgrounds and such as that. Finally, I just wanted to say that I know in my personal life, I have never dug into my reserves. I have an emergency fund. I have money stashed, and if I don't have enough money for something, then I just don't get it. I think the old way of doing things was that if you couldn't pay for it, you didn't get it. And I think that there are probably other ways to fund this city rather than going into the general fund. If I may be mistaken, but I think this will be the second year that the general fund is being dipped into at a time of pretty good economic growth and development. And I just wonder why that is occurring rather than making some hard choices and saying, you know, everybody can't have everything. I guess it's the last thing that I wanted to mention was I think the pensions have really got to be addressed in a better way. This is a huge debt that the city has that I assume they want to pay for their employees. I will send you all an article that was in the paper the other day or online about San Diego. Actually, their court case regarding not having defined benefits but having 401ks for new employees was upheld, and I think that might be something that the city could look into. Thank you.
We have no more speakers for oral communications. So with that, we will move to the action items. And the first action item is a recap of the May 2nd budgeting, continuation of the May 2nd session. And welcome, Finance. You have the floor.
Good evening, Chair Philseth, members of the Council. My name is Steve Guagliardo with the Office of Management and Budget. I'll be doing my best impression of Kylie tonight. So before we get into the recap of Tuesday night's meeting, you have before you a few at places memos. One was the previously transmitted storm drain at places memo, and that's to be discussed later tonight. You were distributed it on Tuesday as well, but just in case, there's another copy for you. Newly transmitted to you tonight is an airport fund loan repayment at places memorandum that'll again be discussed in greater detail later tonight as part of the Public Works Department. Finally, you have a transmittal letter for Human Services Resource Allocation Program staff report that went through the Human Relations Commission at the end of last month. That'll be discussed on Tuesday, but we wanted to make sure you had access to the information tonight. Finally, there was a question raised from Councilmember Tanaka regarding parking lots 4 and 9 in the California Avenue Parking District and whether any of those lots were scheduled to be part of the scheduled garages that are going to be built there. To answer that question, no, neither of those lots is involved there. Lots 4 and 9 are located at Birch and Cambridge, and they run west along Cambridge. With that, we'll get to the recap of where we ended the night on Tuesday. So when we started the meeting on Tuesday night, we were projecting a fund balance of $273,000 at the end of fiscal year 2018. Through the actions approved by this finance committee, $20,000 of that was approved to be spent in the auditor's office, leaving a remaining balance of $253,000. The city council contingency has $225,000 remaining in it, and in the parking lot for the final wrap-up meeting is the CMO's budget for discussion, as well as the non-departmental discussion.
If I just might add a couple of thoughts and observations from the other night and some suggestions, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I think if we could get, maybe we could get more, we could get clear about questions that come up to, in these sessions, and such that if we're able to answer them right on the spot, we'll go ahead and do that. If we can't, we'll take down the question, you know, and we'll regroup and we'll report back to the committee. Assuming we're going to assume that these meet essentially kind of the 1 hour rule. There could be questions that we don't kind of get to until wrap up. On the other hand, if we're able to get answers to questions, you know, expeditiously enough, we'll just feed them back to the committee all sort of through the process. Secondly, in a particular one, we may actually have follow-up questions for the committee, and so I did have one as it relates to us being better prepared on the economic development role. Trying to think of a full-time position focused on, say, primarily retail. If there was any estimate of approximately how many square feet in any given year we might be thinking of, because I'm trying to get a sense of the scale of the marketplace that we would be supporting. And then secondly, I know that there were comments made that there were other jurisdictions that have a position that might be similar to what, you know, what some of you were thinking about. It would be very helpful if you could get that to us so that we could do some research, so we're sort of better prepared to match up maybe what the expectations are with what our understanding of the sort of the facts on the ground are. We'd be better prepared.
So clarification that when you said square feet, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to.
Well, I'm saying that, I mean, for the most part, we're a built-out city, so we're looking at if there are vacancies in existing buildings in any given year. My thought was, what I was hearing is let's have a focus to help attract and bring in the kind of retail we would like to have, and then work with property owners. And so, I mean, we're clearly not a brand new city that has shopping malls popping up all over the place. I mean, if we really had 50,000 square feet in a year, my initial reaction is that's hardly enough work for one person to be working on full time. So I just really want to get a sense that we're clear about the magnitude of the tasks that you're and to make sure that we look at it right. And I'm drawing on some of my past experience, and we're a little bit of a loss to make sure that we can respond adequately. So if we couldn't ask back to the council at times, you don't have to do it right now, but I mean, even if you could get us some information, that would be helpful.
So there was, I went out to get some water, and there was a conversation, unfortunately, that happened with me out of the room about that position. And so if somebody could update me on what that conversation was, it'd be helpful. I don't mean also right now, but.
Okay. I mean, I think it ended up with the idea of putting, in particular, at least one of the assistant to the city manager positions in the parking lot for more discussion about the relationship of at least that position to economic development, particularly, and there was talk about retail work. So, and yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to shut down discussion on any of this kind of stuff. That said, I think we need to be careful about sort of getting into brainstorming territory about what about this and what about that in this session where we're really talking about sort of numbers and so forth. So I think we want to be cognizant of the of making sure we don't do that.
I think that's helpful for us, particularly since we're gonna be getting into meatier and meatier and bigger impact discussions, and so I would, of course, half of our committee is brand new, even on the council, and we've got a $660 million budget with
That's true, but not an excuse.
lots of departments. So, but if I could offer some perspective, really, first of all, this committee, I think, serves as a surrogate for the council on the budget process. It's a little bit of a different role than even committees typically have, which with periodic things being referred to it or whatever. You really do the heavy lifting for the council, and it's pretty much expected when the items get to the council, of course, that the council isn't going to redo all of the work. And so I would just sort of ask that you guys think about this in the sense of you're also representing the whole council, not just your own perspective. And that's one thing. The second thing is that the way we develop and we present the budget for the most part, I don't mean to say that it's sort of a status quo budget, but unless we're in a year where we've either had like some crazy windfall, like out of, cargo cult windfall, and we'd have to bring a whole bunch of what should we do with this, or we're in a really very particular kind of crisis mode of cutback, where we have some really clear targets about just what we have to reduce. I would ask that you really think that in many ways the focus of what we're doing is at the margins of change from one year to the next. That's what we're doing. What are the new initiatives or new positions or funding that we're asking for, not status quo funding? Or what are new demands that are being placed on us? So for, again, the fact that we've got to absorb on an ongoing basis the cost of electricity for our streetlights that was previously in the electric fund. So council needs, the committee needs to really make recommendations on those sorts of things. To the extent that we want to get into re-engineering in any way or restructuring government, what we do, I would respectfully say that's not really the charge of the committee. It's to review the proposed city manager's budget and make amended suggestions, but also to maybe get a better understanding of what the staff is planning to be doing in this upcoming year, roughly, in their areas, and so that you get to be informed about what we're going to do. If we stay on a track where there's a desire to really get into rethinking what we do, then I suggest that that's something that ought to come out of recommendations from the committee to the whole council, and we ought to ultimately get direction from the council to the finance committee in going forward that they want the finance committee to really spend some time really working on that, because that is very significantly different than reviewing the proposed budget, making sure that you have some understanding about what's different from what we're doing. That doesn't mean you don't want to get a better understanding of what we do, but I can tell you right now, I don't re-engineer the budget through our budget process every year. We often do like what the auditor does, and that's one of the roles you guys have for the auditor, is to look at issue areas that need a deeper dive and investigation in the course of the year, and it's impossible for us to transform everything, particularly since, and I'll be done here in a second, we do have a sunk cost of the employees we have. I mean, that's the main resource we have to get work accomplished, sometimes consultant assistance. And then just the supplies, or on the capital side, how much money we have on the capital side to invest in estimated costs on projects and that sort of thing. So I just would put that out there, and I think it'll be helpful. And to be honest with you, we haven't gone to our employees and talked about a dramatic restructuring of city government. And I would just ask that the council realize that we're also talking about the work people do, the jobs that they have, the importance of what they do. And we could ask worthwhile and kind of interesting questions that could be, one, they're not going to necessarily go anywhere right here this year, and actually can be a little unnerving to ordinary employees who might be wondering, geez, what's going to happen? Are they going to cut my program? Is that what's really going on? I mean, unless I'm really mistaken, I don't see us in some cutback mode for the city in some big way. I think you have enough big decisions you've got to make and recommendations just on the known issues that are out there. And going back to where we ended up the meeting, even if we had no other demand, gosh, if we were just going to have to deal with what are we going to do long-term on pension and OPEBs, that's more than enough to gobble up every resource we're going to have for the future. So just some thoughts and requests to the committee. Lastly, again, just restating, I'd like to get in a position where we kind of go, we don't have the answer to that, let's make sure we've captured the question, and then we'll work on responding to the council. And one other thing I would open, and we've done this in the past, Lalo, I thought we would invite questions from committee members in advance of a meeting that you could submit to us in writing. And if we're able to, we would be happy then to submit that in writing as much as possible in advance of the upcoming meeting to you all. That could, one, avoid having to use some of the time we have here, but also mean that we'd have a better chance of you having in advance of when we're going to have a discussion on the item to have tried to answer some of your questions. So would offer that up.
I think that's a sensible taxonomy of how we ought to approach questions here. I think the suggestion that complicated questions come in advance, I think that is a good one, right? Where to the extent possible. So I think all that's correct. I agree with you that it's not the role of this committee to request specific major process changes in government, and I think that's an operation issue that's the city staff's job, right? And to the extent that a discussion is necessary, there's more involved in this committee, right? If we want to have that. The one thing I would say is I don't think we should be rigidly sacrosanct about only looking at things at the margins. Okay, one of the I think in theory that's a good idea, but one of the gritty practicalities is this review. I mean, it's kind of the only chance that we all, both the staff and the council, sort of get together and really look at this stuff carefully. And there's sort of not a lot of other opportunities during this for the year to have sort of the level of detailed discussion about this. So to the extent that we as government can address the challenge that basically the challenge is our revenues are going up at a certain rate and our expenses are going up at a certain rate accordingly, and as the population of the city is growing up at a certain rate and so forth. And it's our job as government to make sure that those rates sort of have the right proportions, right, and not like that, right? And I think this is the time that we've got to look at. Now we have a particular challenge, as do all states in California, about the whole pension thing and OPEB, and as you said, we could devote the whole month to just looking at that. But I think to the extent that we have this opportunity, I think we should not rigidly shy away from anything that's not strictly marginal. What we shouldn't do is spend a lot of time trying to solve some problem. Okay, I think to the extent that we can identify stuff for future discussion on a broader basis, I think that's the limit of what we ought to do in this session, if you agree.
No, I do. But I mean, I think again for the council, what you add that's critical is what in particular in your role as both as trustees and as representatives, right? Is what are quality of life matters or outcomes or problems you're aware of in the community that you want to have addressed. And an easier way to think about it, we've had it in the past, which is you may say, gosh, we're getting a lot of complaints about not much traffic enforcement by the police department, and I really like us. Why can't we do more traffic enforcement? And then we sort of our cops will ultimately explain, gosh, we're down 7 people. We've had to redeploy it. We've got a problem recruiting people. That's a whole different issue than saying, why do we have 10 police? And I would ask that you need to leave it to your staff, and I don't mean just me, I mean the people who are on the ground doing these jobs, to say, here's a problem, or here's a deficit, or here's an issue, or here's something I think we're even doing that I think we shouldn't be doing. Tell us what it would take, or what the implications are if we were to make that change. Let us do that and come back to you. Otherwise, you're just shooting blind, and to be honest with you, we'd have really unintended consequences if we weren't really focused on what you wanted to achieve.
Well, I thought last year's process actually was the right one, where we sort of started off. A couple people are new here. The way we did the way this went last year was, there was, the initial proposed budget was there was the idea that we might draw down the reserves right last year, which we shied away from because, I think all of us think, if you have a one-time thing, maybe it makes sense to draw down reserves, but if it's a structural issue, right, you probably don't want to address that reserves. And at the time, we weren't sure what the structural issues, we weren't sure where the line was going to be, so we were uncomfortable drawing down reserves to do that, right? And so the process we did last year was we went through the process of, after for the first couple sessions, we started putting stuff in the parking lot and said, well, do we really need this? Do we really need that? And finally, the city manager said, look, why don't you give me a target, right? If I can recall, if I misstate your words, why don't you give me a target and let us go figure it out? And I think that is the right way to do it, right? So if we hit a point like that during this process, I think we could learn from that. I think the point about us, part of our role representing the community is the community values is correct. We're the proxy, right? Is code enforcement more important than some other thing, right? So, finally, our role as council is vision, policy, and oversight, and I think that's what our job here is to do, and not. Oversight is not the same as sort of figuring out the operational solution to something. That's not our job. Right?
Yeah, I just had one other thing in this regard. I do think there is an opportunity here to be able to speak directly with departments and people who are providing services and get a better understanding of what is done. And there may be particular areas, like the question of where are we with the ERP, which is, the council, in a lot of ways, you really don't need to have an interest in the day-to-day details and issues of it, but you certainly do have an issue in the fact that, one, it's potentially tremendously expensive. Two, what are we buying with that? And it's also potentially incredibly disruptive and has the potential to also kind of screw up a whole lot of stuff all over the place. And you have an obligation to be sort of aware of what that is. And so, even, not to stick it on Johnston, but
this gentleman and I sort of worked in that world before. We are duly scared of it.
Oh yeah, well, no, it's one of the great. It's not hoax, but it's it's a miracle cure that has been sold for a long time and by a few doctors. But in any case, that doesn't preclude the fact, let's say if someone like Jonathan is here and you want to get a sense, how's that going? Where is it? What are the issues you sort of see and those sorts of things? I think that's useful.
I think that's the right sort of space. Thank you. Councilmember Holmes.
Two quick things. One is I just wanted to concur with the comments about, we're not going to hash out and resolve all the questions, answer all the questions during our meetings, but I agree, I just want to reinforce that it is the opportunity that we have to go through this, and there's really not another opportunity throughout the year to raise some of the questions that will come up undoubtedly during this process. The other thing is, and I know you'll get to this, but sitting down here, I realized that I thought there would be at places the org charts that we talked about the other night, but I don't find them. And we're doing public works tonight.
My recollection is we decided that the material inside the budgets was.
No,
I may have misunderstood that. I thought it was adequate.
there were 5 or 6 departments that I'd asked for org charts that would show like where there were open positions or.
That wasn't so much their org chart. You'd asked where we were on vacancies and to what extent we were doing backfills.
Well, and if we were eliminating positions, there's somebody else in that position, and the way I'd asked for that to be presented was an org chart, and I thought the response was that would be simple enough to provide.
We understood it was the vacancies, so that's what we have tonight for you, for each of the departments tonight.
I mean, we
Well,
have
it's-
the org charts with the
Well, they're-
numbers of positions grouped in subdivisions if it's a large enough department or enterprise. That tells you how we're roughly allocating the staff. But I think we've got do we have a table of org chart in the back on the whole that shows changes from one year to the next?
Yes, we do have a table of org in the back, and as well as in each department section. And to Councilmember Holman's question, each department tonight is prepared to speak to the vacancies in their department. We are still working on compiling the information that you had asked for of a holistic look at every department.
Okay. So, go ahead. Oh, and an example was that we're looking to, when we get to it, eliminate a community services police officer. I think that's the title, something like that. It's like, are there any others? What's that person do? So stuff like that would be really helpful, as opposed to just looking at a number and a cost reduction and all that sort of stuff. So that's what I'm trying to get at.
But rather than us doing everything the organization in difficult detail, I mean, those are kind of questions I would expect, in particular, when we have the department here. You say, wait, what's happening? Because in this case, we are eliminating one CSO. They can talk to what that position would do and wouldn't do to you all. They could talk about why they're recommending doing it in place of civilianizing this other position in communications. And they could explain to you, I mean, that seems like that would be more effective than, and I'm only saying it because I understand your question there, but I don't understand what you're asking for on this org chart side that we don't have or that we won't answer when we're telling you what the vacancies are in each department by position. We can even do that.
It's maybe a different way of looking at it. I'm a visual person, so that's why I asked for org charts, and so that way I can clearly digest it, but we'll do it as we do it.
Let me just give you one rough overhaul, because the staff did do this. We have about a 10% vacancy factor right now in the whole organization. So 10% of our positions are vacant, and there is a, small portion that are backfilled in one way. That doesn't mean that they're 100% backfilled. They may be partly backfilled. You need to also be aware, and we'll go over it before, we actually expect a certain amount of turnover in every one of our budgets. And those of you who've been on the council before know we actually budget a vacancy savings credit against the budget to reduce it. So the fact of the matter is, it would not be in our interest to immediately fill every position whenever we have a vacancy. Okay.
I understand that. It's a piece of the whole puzzle, yeah.
I think we should try to zero in on answering the question we want to understand, and most of that's going to revolve around what are the impacts going to be, right? I think, to see an org chart of how many direct reports does Peter have and how many direct reports do they have and so forth, that seems like more detail than we're normally going to want from this, and I'm not sure it would really answer the questions that we need to get answered. So I would I hope we're going to, maybe there are circumstances in which that's going to be useful, right? And we should look at those. But in general, I think that's probably not a level of granularity we'd like to go to. And I hope that we'll figure out how to coalesce on the question we really want answered without doing a lot of peripheral stuff around that.
Recall that I had limited to, I think, 5 departments, so.
I'm just telling you, I'm city manager. I don't understand the question, and I can't direct the staff to be sure that we're fulfilling it. And I think it would be really good for us to get, just in any case, what is the very specific outcome that you want to achieve, as opposed to what information you want. That would be really helpful, because it could very well be that what you want what we're going to provide is not going to answer what it was that you wanted. And I'm going to have these guys, and I'm honest, these budget people like work round the clock for 6 months. I don't want to send them on any unnecessary errand. And I think the committee has a responsibility to help us make sure that we deploy people to achieve what it is that you're asking for and not have us do it false. So I need to ask you to say, if in my case, if I say I don't understand what the question is, you have to help us understand it, and then we will get it. I mean, I promise you we'll get it if we understand what it is, and will it achieve what you're wanting to achieve. That's all.
Usually that kind of stuff is the recruiting chart for your competitor, too.
Hello.
It's too soon for a break. Okay. Question, Councilmember Tanaka. We're now 5 minutes behind schedule, so.
Oh, it's not because of me.
We're going to start that way, are we? Okay, right.
So I just want to clarify something. So, I agree with what the chair said in terms of, I guess, a comment you made, city manager, because my feeling here is, we're spending other people's money, right? We're spending our constituents' money, and what I see very different, because I have a lot of private sector experience, not all of the public sector, but what I see from the private sector point of view is, in the private sector, right, management a lot of times has incentive stock-wise or bonus-wise to make sure that the company performs, right? But in city government, it's actually quite different because you guys get paid no matter what. And so I kind of view that, I kind of view that it's actually very important for us to go beyond just the margins because I'm not sure if you ever heard the term the principal agent problem, but basically, let's say if you had like a lot of stock options in the city, or your bonus was tied to some performance metrics in the city, we know it because you want to hit your KPIs or you want to hit whatever it is to get your earnout, you'd be very aligned to what we want. But I think because of the way we're structured right now as a city, that doesn't happen. And so, and in fact, for us, because we're elected, if we don't do the right thing, we will not get elected again. We don't have that issue. We don't have the principal agent problem.
Thank God.
So I think in some ways it's actually very important for us to look at the budget carefully, and if there are things that are directly wrong that do cause massive restructures, we have to do it. Whether it's I think it would be negligent for us not to. So I kind of see it differently than us just rubber stamping whatever's put in front of us. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it would be right for us to do that for our constituents. Mm-hmm. I think it's important for us to treat it like our own money mm-hmm. versus somebody else's money.
I agree. Well, I don't think there's any question that we don't see that this is the public's money. And I certainly don't think if we don't have a budget by July 1st, we're going to be like the U.S. Congress and having continuing appropriations, which everyone would agree. We do not have the time to potentially do what you want to do in this time frame. If we want to do that, I think we go back and we get the council to say, what difference does it make where we are right now versus where we were in February? We have the same amount of funding for the most part to do the same things generally. This opportunity is to appropriate funds for the next year. If the council wants to really look at everything or identify, it's going to take a majority of the council to identify these key performance indicators, to identify the stock targets that you want us to achieve, the surrogate stock targets, not one council member. And there is no way you're going to get that done by July 1st. I guarantee it, not with the schedule that you have. We need you to make the decisions that are going to make sure whether we're balanced or not balanced at a minimum. So and if we have extra time...
Just to be clear, are you saying that our only option here is to rubber stamp this budget?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying for you to be focused on what's most important.
I actually think that's unfair, okay? I think, nobody wants to do that. But the process of, and I think somewhere in there you have a point which is valid, okay? Which is, I think the city manager is absolutely right. We're not going to, government works one way, the private sector works another. We're not going to use this month to re-architect how government works, right? It is fair for us to look through this and spade up things that maybe are worth a longer discussion outside of this time frame. That is absolutely legitimate. In fact, it's a responsibility of this group, okay? But we're not going to fix it here, right? And we have limited time, right? And we need to focus on the stuff that's going to add the most value here as we go through this, right? I think that's all. And I think there's probably general agreement on that, right?
Yeah, I guess
And to me, that's, I don't think anybody's going to rubber stamp this stuff. If you did, we could all go home, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm saying. If that's what we want, then why are we here, right? So
You got a lot of people here from the other side. It's the same way.
15 hours there.
Okay.
So we have this deadline of July, and that means that even if there's a major problem with the budget, we ignore it.
Why don't you wait and see if there is a major problem?
I'm not
with the
saying there
budget?
is. I'm not saying we even have to restructure it. But I'm saying that, well, I guess for me, though, is to say that we have to hit the July target no matter what. Even if there's a major structural problem, it's just too bad. I think that's not the right
That's
attitude.
not what I said. Come on.
I don't think anybody's saying that, right?
I think the example that Chair Filseth gave earlier about, how we reconciled last year. We put things that we were concerned about into the parking lot and gave the city manager a goal to hit. Things can be addressed in that manner. So
Last year, so I think that's actually a good case in point. And it's not a rubber stamp, okay? So, last year the numbers we were talking about were, we don't want to, I think the original budget said we're going to dip into the reserves by $4 or $5 million. We said we don't want to do that. Can we, and that's the magnitude that was of such a scale that, the city manager could go figure out how to do that. If the answer is, if the magnitude of what we see, that needs to change is not $4 million, but $75 million, right, or $120 million, the city manager's not going to be able to go say, I can find that in the budget. Okay, that's going to take a much larger process. So I think, the nature of, what we deal with and what we defer and the process to deal with it changes as what you describe as, what we want to do expands, right? Some things we'll be able to do in this time frame. Other things, it's going to take a much longer process, right? And that doesn't mean we shouldn't identify them, right? It just means we're not going to fix everything, this month. Adrian.
All right. One, I would encourage us to get started. A couple quick points. Councilmember Tanaka, I do believe we have influence here, actually. I'm looking up at the board there, and I'm seeing $20,000 to the city auditor, because Councilmember Holman brought up an issue. That may stick there, that may not. So I think we do have influence. I think we actually have broader influence, too, about the entire process. But as the chair and the city manager mentioned, that actually comes from the whole council, right? So if the whole council tells us to go look at the pension problem and figure it out and spend 6 months on it with staff, we'll do that. Finally, one thing is there are a lot of sunk costs and things that just have inertia and that are going. And so we do have to just, to some degree, honor those and look to past councils and the continuity of the city as an enterprise, that some of these things are sunk, they're going, we work with them. And given the time frame we have, I don't think we rubber stamp things, but if we find problems, we work on them. There's some bigger issues we are going to identify. We already did on Tuesday night in our first meeting. I think we have the responsibility to bring those to our colleagues. And I agree with you on most of them, actually. But I think we bring them to our colleagues rather than through this process. Beyond that, no one wants to be here until 11 o'clock every other day for the next month.
I personally am willing to be here till 11 o'clock every other day, but we have work to do and it won't get done. With that, let's proceed to item 2. Welcome, Jonathan.
So item 2 is the Information Technology Department. Jonathan's coming up now. The operating budget starts on page 269 of your books. And we will be doing capital as part of this discussion as well, which is on page 599 of the capital book.
I'm delighted. Thank you, committee, for the opportunity to present our budget proposal for FY18. I'm going to just cover some of our accomplishments in FY17. Just a couple to point out here. One of the major goals when I joined the city was to modernize the technology of the city, and we had a major milestone last year of getting the city onto Microsoft Office 365, the most contemporary version. Everything's in the cloud now, and we introduced many, many new capabilities to the city for storage, for collaboration, for video conferencing, for instant messaging. We also improved our security profile yet again. We never lose sight of this important quality in our city, and the quality to make sure that what we do is secure and we protect our community's information as appropriate and continue to function as a city. Currently, we are running some major initiatives at this time. We're getting into some of the things that we had on our roadmap finally. Well underway with the ERP initiative. We're in phase 2, which is planning and product selection for the planning for the next 10 to 20 years, probably around this. Very excited to finally get a geographic information system in place that will support the city of Palo Alto for the 21st century, not the 20th century. We're making some progress on that. If we could go to the next slide, that'd be great. We only have some light items today, just one large one, and then just a couple of lighter items. There are no staffing requests from IT this evening. We're remaining as is. This first item, which can probably be explained better by the budget team in terms of the accounting of it, was approved last year, and we're in the process of recruiting it now. The major ask this evening for this cycle is going to be for money to begin the process of replacing our GIS system for the city, which really is foundational to any city government. So that's there's going to be a one-time ask for the actual procurement and consulting, and then we'll just resort to normal maintenance in the years ahead. The other items are quite small. We are making an investment in some contemporary collaboration software here at the city with SharePoint, and it's one thing to actually have the technology, it's another thing to know how to use it. So we are committed to ensuring that the city staff can take advantage of some of these new investments we're making, particularly here with Microsoft SharePoint. Again, I wanted to reiterate that cybersecurity is our nation's #1 risk and threat, and cities are on the front line. So as a CIO, it's one of my most important responsibilities to make sure that we are secure and our systems operate every single day. And then we are funding finally one of the council's priorities around being able to ensure coordination around notifications, what's happening in the right-of-way. Peter Pinajad from Development Services might be able to talk further about that if there are questions about it. And then that's the end of the formal presentation. Thank you.
What's the 10-second overview of the geographic information system?
Certainly. First of all, what it is, it's basically complex maps of everything in the city. And if you're in public safety, you need to know where stuff is. If you're in utilities, you need to know where pipes are. It's and we have an award-winning system today, actually, over the last 15 years, 20 years. In terms of the detail that we capture for a city, it's quite impressive. But it got old. and is not serving the city well. And it's not even in alignment with the region. We are on a system that's proprietary, and it's been a long time coming. We have to prepare. We have to have a GIS system that serves the city for the 21st century. It's got to integrate with our new 911 system. It has to serve development services better. So we did an assessment actually this past year, and there was no surprises in it. In terms of we are not cutting edge in GIS anymore. We used to be 10, 15 years ago. We need to be appropriately staffed in terms of the skill set, more so than I'm not making the point we need to hire lots and lots of people, but more so we need the right contemporary talent for it. And we should take more advantage of it, frankly. And the only reason we don't is the technology is not where we'd like it. It's not through any lack of determination.
And the old one's 15 years old, you said?
Yeah.
Approximately, yeah, maybe even a little longer.
If I might just sort of add, I mean, those of you who may be more involved than others, I mean, so most GIS systems, develop as a series of layers of maps with data, that can be built or designed to go on top of each other. So typically there'll be a base map of a city. Then there'll be a topo map that can give you that. You can have street center line maps that tell you where all of the streets are. We can overlay with the environmental information, public safety, layers and layers. They have to be able to sort of talk to each other and connect. It's really very interesting. We sort of had, I don't know whether it was kind of a unique homegrown system, but really the marketplace has been won and dominated by Esri out of Redlands, California, and as I understand, the conclusion here is to engage with Esri on the next generation of what we do.
Yeah, thanks. Questions? Councilmember Fine? Did you? Councilmember Holman?
Oh, just a couple.
Sure.
If I can refresh my memory here. But one is I really liked how you organized the information that you put in this. It's really very helpful in helping it. One quick comment based on the presentation, too, is because GIS does do a lot of things, and it is many, many layers, not tonight, don't flip out, Jim. But I think it would be really helpful and interesting for the council to have some brief presentation from you about what GIS does and what the capabilities are, and what you're striving to be able to accomplish with the new GIS, because it interfaces with, I think, even more departments than you mentioned. So just that's a bit of a request. And then I don't know if other departments could do this as well or not, but you had identified IT expenditure per workstation. And I don't know if it's possible for other departments to do that, but why did you decide to do this?
So I'd love to take the credit for that, but that actually is one of the metrics that is used in the IT industry to measure how much IT costs to deliver to an organization. Mm-hmm. It's a very common metric. And that's a fully baked cost, laptop, operating system, solutions, support. So if you want to benchmark against other organizations, it's a good number.
Okay, so it's, yeah, okay, that makes sense. And so you're asking for one more staff person?
No.
I thought I saw.
So to clarify, I'll take this one, Jonathan. So funding was approved in fiscal year 2016 for senior technologists, but at the time there was a question of whether it should be in-house staff or it should be outsourced contract staff. We were awaiting the conclusion of an assessment by Gartner and consensus to be reached between IT and the police department and the fire department. Now that we've reached that consensus, what we're doing is taking the funding that was previously approved and we are adding a position. So to Councilmember Holman's point, yes, there is an FTE add, but as the slide indicates and as Jonathan mentioned earlier, it's a cost neutral add.
Okay, I think those are my only questions.
Thank you. So Karen, I'll be happy to show you a GIS and what's capable. I work with this every day. Please update it. Please keep it all publicly available. Thank you so much.
You can't use the next door one?
I'm not information neutral on the topic, but I'm sure I can learn more.
It's really cool. It's fun stuff. So two questions. One, the transfers out are increasing. So previously it was about 16,000. Now it's about 150. I'm just wondering if we can account for that. And then two, just more of a comment. There were a lot of budget adjustments in this fund, and so I was a little. I don't have anything specific, but it just makes it a little more complicated to understand.
So I'm a computer science guy. I'm going to refer to the accounting guys.
Sure. So Steve Guagliardo again from the Office of Management and Budget. So to answer your question about transfers, as discussed a little bit in our pension conversation, we are establishing that PARS Section 115 trust. So the big increase you see is about $138,000 going to the General Benefits Fund to cover the IT fund's 10% of pension costs there.
And is that going to be the same when these transfers out for all?
Precisely. So you'll see this across all special funds. You'll see a significant increase, and it's going to be 10% of the pension line that you see.
If it's mainly for that, we should think about relabeling that line.
Sure. It's called out in the budget reconciliation. You can see it detailed on page 280, but certainly we can explore how we're going to capture that on an ongoing basis. Additionally, to your question about significant budget adjustments, so on an annual basis, because it's an internal service fund, the IT department does a very good job of looking at what their expenses are, what systems are no longer used, what contracts are no longer necessary, and so there's minor incremental changes to that. In addition, they look at what ongoing services there are that need to be added. So you're seeing a lot of those margins being adjusted here.
Let me just add a quick comment to make sure that everybody understands what an internal service fund is. It's basically an area where you capture the cost because you want to understand what your operational cost for a particular type of business activity that you have for the local government. So in this case, it's technology. So the idea is that you should recapture all of your costs and set aside some level of funding in there to have replacement of other items. So you'll see it again in the vehicle fleet, for example. We do it the same thing, and then the print and mail shop that we talked about the other night. So that's what an internal service fund is.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So let me ask you, do you think when you look at your budget and you look at it, because I'm not done with this, so that's why I'm still working on this here. But if you look at your budget and you look at it as a percentage of revenue and a percentage of the general fund, what's your thoughts about that compared to other cities?
Mm-hmm. I don't know that I know the budgets of other cities for IT to be able to maybe talk intelligently about it. I can say though, did you want to?
Let me start, and then maybe you can add. You can't compare it to the general fund only because Jonathan's team services the enterprise funds as well. So it would not be a fair comparison for us to do that if you wanted to benchmark it to other cities, because he has the expenditures for the electric, the gas, the water, the refuse, the wastewater treatment as well, and the systems that he supports in there, and the staffing, the SCADA. So I think we would not mark well because of that.
Okay, that's fair. That's a better answer than I could give.
I would comment that I think the answer that you're really looking for would probably take an audit, right? And we could schedule that, right? I mean, we have a department that does that, but that would be my guess.
Okay, well, I just did a quick comparison here. So you're actually, I'm using Mountain just because I have it open on my computer. So you're actually lower. You're at 3% versus 4% of the general fund. So now of revenue, and I think I made a mistake here because it can't be, but of revenue, well, actually on revenue you're actually higher. You're at 2% versus 1.62% of revenue, right? Of the revenue from the city. So, but from your experience, right? You've been in technology for a long time. What's the right way of thinking of this? If you were trying to think of a comparison.
I know a little bit about it in terms of organizations are typically around the 3 to 4% in terms of revenue overall in terms of IT spend across industries. Mm-hmm. The more the business relies on digitization and technology, of course, that goes up. The numbers are higher, for example, in banking than they are in other industries, higher in insurance. So I don't know that I've put a lot of thought into yet, the percentage relative to public sector or even local government. I love the question, though, in terms of thinking about that.
I do too, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're higher on revenue, but lower on general fund. So at least compared to Mountain View, which is just one data point.
Well, a question that I think I heard, which I think is an excellent one, is how do you know if you're doing better than other cities? Delivering services, more cost, and it's like the whole 9 yards, right? What's your advice?
Yeah, so if I mean, obviously it does get complicated, right? Because it has at least two components, which is what are we doing in comparison to other cities? And then what is the cost or the unit cost, I'll just call it unit cost, but it's not really that, for what we're doing compared to another city, right? So one is the size of the basket, the market basket of what it is that we do, and then within each one of those, comparing, benchmarking to what we do, whatever it is. What's our utility billing costs versus somebody else's utility billing costs? Or, comparing, how efficient and effective, actually, ultimately, we want to be measuring too, are we in the service areas we're providing? And then what's the range of services?
All I would be able to share in terms of just what we're delivering relative to other cities would be anecdotal today. I do keep a very close eye on metrics. The kinds of things you're interested in IT is what throughput do you have in projects that are coming towards IT from the different departments, and so we are far and away higher velocity than any other city of our size that I'm aware of, both regionally and across the U.S. Currently, we have 33 technology projects in flight at the city. That would be impressive for a very large city. We have 22 planned, so we have a big appetite for IT at the city. We have over 300 computer systems. Cities bigger than ours have about 150. I inherited a lot of that, and we're rationalizing it, and some of it is important for our utilities. It's very diverse, very complex. Our service desk takes over 10,000 calls a year. That's just internal. And what's the other thing I was going to say? About 300 systems, 10,000. Our satisfaction rate is over 90% in terms of the people, our staff, when we survey them in terms of very good or excellent. And I think the last metric, which is the most important very often for an IT leader, is how stable are the 300 systems we provide every day. Everybody in this room comes to work, and every system works every morning. You can't say that for most cities, right?
So I guess for me, when I think about this, because most of the other budgets, like I was looking at the HR, and there's in terms of ratio, it's just amazing, right, in terms of compared to other cities. But in IT, you're actually doing really well here. And what I do wonder is, and IT tends to be an area where if you invest more, you get a lot of leverage. So what I wonder is, if you had the same percentage as Mountain View in terms of IT budget, what do you think you could actually improve?
I didn't know if you want to say something. It's funny, every year I'm challenged with why didn't I ask for more? It's like it's such a luxury. I haven't thought in the time I've been here yet that adding more money or buying more technology has been the solution, because there is a capacity in any organization to actually execute on tech. If we have 22 projects planned. If we threw more into the mix right now, it would be hard for utilities to do their day job. It would be hard for ASD to do some of the stuff if we asked them to start testing more and more technology. So there is sort of a natural throttle to what we can do. So I don't think, and I say the same thing I think every year, is any other CIO would think I'm crazy to saying I don't need more money, right? We are extremely fortunate, I think, in the IT space, in the budget we have and the reserves we have, to be able to do most of the things we want. What's hard for me in my position is to know basically the cadence by which we introduce new functionality, ensuring that our people are trained sufficiently, getting people from their day job to get training is hard. So they probably aren't necessarily hard dollars in volume. I think money for training is something that I hope we are focusing on, because that's an area of the city that that I've seen in terms of technology usage could actually have some real benefit over the medium to long term.
Councilmember Tanaka, just curious, did you do it for all sorts of funds or just revenues themselves? Did you include transfers?
No, I just did it really simplistically. I went to our slide here that he gave us yesterday or a couple days ago, and I went to what his spending was, what Mountain View spending was. I went to their website, and I tried to do it like for like. I might have messed up. That's why I'd love for you guys to do it.
Because I think if you're looking at total sources of funds, then that includes significant transfers that we make from utilities that Mountain View doesn't have, so our revenues are going to be higher too. But just trying to help you as you look at it, so get an understanding.
So what would you subtract from then, or add from? What should numbers really be then?
I would say just look at the revenue sources, meaning fees, taxes that do not include transfers.
So I used 1058 as the revenue number for Palo Alto, and that's where I pulled from the slide that.
Oh, you're talking about full-time equivalents.
No. Oh, sorry. Actually, that's a mistake. Yes, that's a mistake. Actually, I should use a lower number then. I should use what? That's a mistake. Yeah. Okay. Well, I have to do my math later. But anyways, of the general fund, it looks like it's.
I understand your
IT is below
your point. So we'll take a look. I was just trying to make sure that I understood how you were looking.
No,
at
I messed it up. Actually, you're right.
Okay. No problem.
So I need to fix that.
Okay.
But.
I was going to say, you got to do this before you get here, Greg. All right, not on the fly. Anything else?
Yeah, I do actually.
Please proceed.
So, I guess are you trying to fill one head right now?
We have 3 openings right now.
3 openings, okay. And are these going to be employees, or are you looking to use an outsourced from a consulting firm, or what's the idea?
We do both. For these 3 openings, they're all going to be full-time positions, and we do use augmented staffing as part of our business.
Yeah. No, I just was thinking because technology changes so fast, and it's hard to, it's hard to find someone that's so flexible to change with different technologies. It might make a lot more sense to have that person or these heads to be outsourced versus trying to hire full-time. So that's one recommendation I have.
Well, so we do that where we can. That's a really good IT strategy. So we have money set aside in the budget for bringing in talent where it's temporary, even if it's for 6 months. We'll bring it in for specific need. For example, one of the openings is for a business intelligence analyst. This is a product that will be around for the next probably 15 years minimum. We need somebody to care and feed for that. It's SAP BI. It's not going to change, other than the fact that the person has to go to training to get up to speed on the upgrades and things. But ultimately, we need a single talent for that. As an example, that wouldn't be flexible.
Jonathan, remind me, you did that strategy that Councilmember Tanaka is recommending for the SAP technical team, and you changed from in-house staffing to about 7 contracts.
7 contracting firms that we can use if we need special talent.
Special talent,
yeah.
right.
Well, so maybe to kind of contrast where we need a full-time person for a business intelligence solution for the city, we currently have some items around our CRM solution, customer relationship management solution for utilities. That's not a need we need 24/7, 365. So we are bringing somebody in for, I think it's 3 months to take care of some very specific needs. So they come with a special talent, and then they're gone.
I might just also suggest this is an important question, and even ultimately outside of this budget process, but in the regular work of the council, for us to we could have a more in-depth discussion about our own staff versus contracting out, because there are also restrictions that are placed upon local governments in this state related to state law that hamper our ability to effectively contract out. And I think it's important for us to understand some of those limitations because we've attempted to pursue at times doing that sort of thing and find that we potentially run afoul of state law. So there's some of that is designed to keep feeding the pension needs of CalPERS to be bringing in staff who make those contributions. So we don't necessarily subscribe to that, but I think it's important for us to have a better understanding of how much flexibility we have, where we can be more opportunistic, and where we're restricted, and whether or not there's ultimately legislative changes we need to pursue.
You're talking about things like the use of city facilities and equipment?
Yeah, but there are time limits for the amount of time that you can actually put somebody in a contract position, and not, in a sense, being sort of full-time employee, but using a contract to avoid having to make those costs and stuff, so pay those costs. So I think it would be good to understand even better what the limitation was. It's darn frustrating. That doesn't mean we can't do it, but it's not as easy as it would be in a business.
That's it.
Thanks very much. I had one question, which is, so you folks are the flat headcount from 2017 to 2018, but the salary line's 7.4% increase, right? First of all, is that accurate?
So, yes, that is accurate, and it is because that one position is added that wasn't previously in the salary line. It was previously in the contract services line. So when you see that salary convert, you see a significant uptick in the salary line.
So then, did I not read this carefully? Since the total FTEs is flat, was there one position that went away when that contractor was?
So the contract was in place last year, and the headcount was 36.08.
Okay.
The contract is being converted to a full-time in-house staff in this year.
But it wouldn't have appeared in the salary line last year.
Correct.
Right. So there must have been one that went away.
No, sorry, it would not have appeared in the salary line last year. It was in the contract services line last year.
Okay.
If you look at
Sorry.
page 279, that's where you'll see the change.
Got it. Right. Aha, right. Yes, there is one, sir. Yeah, okay, thanks. I believe I misread that the first time. I don't mean to ask about, this particular department, but one of the things that, we keep an eye on, that I personally have kept an eye on, is sort of, because we estimate the future unfunded liability at average wage growth for the city, right? I'm interested in sort of what the overall trend in all of the departments is, and because we estimated at 3 or 3.5% or something like that, and I wonder if that, I keep wondering if that's accurate, right? And as we move to sort of being more conservative about how we recognize our liabilities, does our assumption of that need to change? Right? That's the reason I asked. Thanks.
Just want to second, it would be helpful to see that across departments too.
Yeah, agree.
Percentage increase, sort of see across the departments. And we might want to look at it even over time a little bit.
Well, yeah, we sort of do that in the general fund on page, I saw it a minute ago, I'm sorry. Back in the overview.
71, I think it was page 71.
It's 71?
I remember from last night.
Maybe. It's sort of right at the end of this section. I think this is actually part of the discussion that we might have in the fall. 72 actually. We lump salary and benefits in one line as a roll, which is good. But there are multiple components of that, and the cost dynamics of those different components can vary quite a bit from each other, and so.
Yeah, we can break them.
Yeah. With that, I'll move that we tentatively approve the IT.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimously. Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thank you.
And I hope everybody else comes and says we need less money.
Good luck.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Chair, Phil said I was multitasking. Just want to make sure, Jessica, that the motion included both the capital and operating budget of IT?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, page what? Library, 285.
Hey, Monique, welcome.
Hi, how you doing tonight? My name is Monique Laconge Ziesenhenny. I'm the library director. And we're here to talk about the library's budget proposals for fiscal year 18. Okay, so before we go into next year, let's look at what we accomplished this current fiscal year. This is only a sampling of what we've done. But I do want to make the point that we do seek out grants wherever possible, especially those that can leverage our own fiscal, availability, and that we do have the Friends of the Palo Alto Library, who are tremendous contributors to programs and services, and in fact, summer reading program wouldn't happen without them. So I do always want to recognize that we do have outside contributors helping us provide our very popular programs. So Bike Pals was a project last year that included not only the 2 bicycles that you see there in the illustration to do outreach at farmers markets, schools. We were just at the Baylands, but it also included a walk and roll bike, walk and roll map to libraries, and 2 bicycle repair stations. This was funded through the Pacific Library Partnership. We visited all of the PAUSD kindergarten classes to issue library cards to those children who did not have them. And this created a spike in terms of new card holders, and we did have a party for a party in 2 locations because the demand was so overwhelming for kindergartners to bring their families to the library. And we've added new online resources this year, including Kono, which is online magazines in Chinese and Japanese. The 3D printers have come online and have been in service at 2 locations. We have a seed lending library at Rinconada. And we added Story Player, which is a online children's illustrated books in French and English. Both Kono and Story Player were we are the first public library, if not one of the first, to try these out. So coming up this current year, transferring into fiscal year 2018, we're partnering with 11 other libraries in the state to pilot a project where every student ID card will become a library card, essentially, so that when a student registers in public school, they'll automatically have access to library resources. We need a new total business solution for our copy system, for our PC management system, and printing. Ours has been in place for longer than we've even been in the new buildings. And we will complete the eBranch implementation. You recently approved the contract with BiblioCommons, and that will allow us to finalize that and then move into some richer content availability for the community. Next slide. All right. So the significant budget proposals include reducing our databases, not in terms of breadth, but more in terms of depth. We've gone through, one of the things that happened while we were under construction is that the Library Foundation had given us $1 million to add print materials as well as online materials. And we've been evaluating them, seeing how the community is using them, responding to them. And so where we found duplication and overlap, we're going to reduce some of those. So we'll reduce that budget by about not quite $59,000. And the other position, the other proposal is really a cost-neutral reorganization for two positions. They are both being reclassified in their existing bargaining units and align better with the roles and responsibilities that they have in the division. We currently have 4 vacancies, 4 full-time vacancies, which are librarian level positions. We've had a number of retirements, and we are looking forward to probably 5 to 6 more in the next year or 2 years. We have some staff. We had one who retired this year after nearly 35 years of service. So we are expecting that we will continue to fill those positions, and these 4 are in varying stages of recruitment at the moment. So I think that is the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about the library budget or explain anything that was in there in more detail if you like.
Councilmember Holman.
So yeah, thank you. And it's always a joy to visit any of the libraries. So
Thank you.
It's really terrific. So you mentioned faux pas, and I had made a note to myself under other revenue. Is that faux pas? Because
No,
the number
that's-
doesn't look right at all.
No, that's not faux pas. Faux pas pays, we apply for grants to them, and they pay those directly to whatever organization it is we're working with, or they pay, they reimburse for programs, or they pay the program performer directly. So that doesn't come through the city as a revenue.
Okay, I was thinking in the past sometimes, like, there are presentations of checks to the libraries, and so that's not exactly how it happens, though.
No, that was more the foundation,
I remember
in my
those,
time.
yeah.
So it may have been towards the capital projects, but in my time, that has not been anything that
okay.
FOPAL has done.
And maybe I'm misremembering, too.
Okay.
So, okay, that's that. The number of teens who participate in the library's reading programs for teens, that number is estimated to go up, but not as high as it was anticipated to be. So is there a reason for that?
We changed how the teens plan their programs. Rather than having them all be driven by the adults, last year we started a teen library advisory board, and so T-Lab has been very active, but they have really been also very clear about that they would rather have quality programs rather than huge programs where there's 600 people attending and it might not be the same kind of thing. They're looking for a balance. So we're really trying to listen to them and offer what they're interested in.
Okay, and one other question related to that is, if you happen to know it, of the visits to library branches and virtual visits to the libraries,
Sure.
is there any way of gauging how many of those are teens?
No.
Do you keep record of that?
No, because if you walk into the library, then you're counted as a visitor, and it's done with a door count. So it's not something where we can say that it's a teen, or that it's a teen accessing a newspaper database, for example. We wouldn't necessarily know that. We don't track what people use or who it is who's looking at something, so no. We could do...
I was going to say, you don't do for 1 week, you'd have people fill out something like a mini survey sort of thing.
We could do that. We could certainly try that.
I think it would be helpful for the public and help inform us in our programming for projects libraries, whatever, other buildings and such, as we plan some development, like whether it's Coverly or Fry's or whatever. So I think that could be helpful.
I think one of the things we've looked at is if there was a way to swipe library cards when people come to programs, or even, like you said, on a sample thing, have somebody swipe it, and then perhaps at least get an age range for who that person is.
Yeah.
We could look into that.
Okay, and the 4 positions that you have open, because your staffing is flat this
Yes.
year, the 4 positions that you have open, did those just become open, or is this
During this year,
during this year? Okay.
Yeah, like I said, we had several retirements. We had a couple people move away. So it's just a normal
Normal
in and
attrition.
out.
Normal
Yeah.
attrition. Yeah. Okay.
At one point, I think we had the highest percentage of eligible retirees of any department. So
Should I say congratulations? I don't
Well,
know.
we were proud. Well, it is significant because you do lose a lot of local knowledge
Sure.
and experience. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay. I think that's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. You just turned it off.
Thank you. 2 really quick ones. One, the seed library, it's a lending library. How do you lend seeds?
So you would come and say, check out zucchini seeds. You don't want a whole packet because that would be a ton of zucchini. You'll take a few seeds. You'll plant them and harvest them, and then we can show you how to save those seeds
Give
and bring
them back.
back.
Excellent, very nice. The second thing is, this isn't a question so much as a comment. There just seem to be a lot of job classifications in the library, and just noticing across different departments that sometimes there's many, sometimes there's fewer, and a question of my colleagues, is that efficient, is that right? I don't know, but it just stood out for me.
We've
in
actually
libraries that do a lot.
collapsed a couple in the time that I've been here
Okay.
to streamline it a little bit more.
All right, thank you.
But we're typical of most libraries.
Yeah, I would just say in general that the culture of this organization evolved to having about the largest, widest range in number of positions. I think we went through agonizing work when I first got here to start to try to consolidate them and collapse them.
I have a suggestion on how to get more volunteers. Let them pick their own title.
Ooh, all right, I'll get you a T-shirt.
No, that's city money. Okay.
Oh, no.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Wanted to ask you on the revenue side, do you, does the library have a policy about like making the library available to, let's say, the neighborhoods around there?
We
And
do.
If so, do you guys charge for it or?
We don't.
Okay. Do other cities, do you know?
Some do, some don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it a very popular request?
Yes, as you can see in the meeting room reservations, we're estimating we'll have about 10,000 reservations. That includes meeting rooms as well as the group study rooms.
And do you charge non-Palo Alto people for it?
No, we don't.
Okay. And is it over capacity?
The meeting rooms?
Or like you have more requests than you have space?
It's close, but the group study rooms, the reservations are made online, so any individual can go, and they're timestamped, so we see that at 12:01 a.m. There are quite a few reservations with people ready to get in, but we have not had complaints, or at least I have not. They've not risen to my level where people have said I can never get a meeting room.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Hey, just real briefly,
Sure.
the two positions adjusted to better align with roles and responsibilities, those were classifications to basically promotions, is that right? Classifications to higher pay scales, or?
One is and one is not, and one is currently vacant.
And the way we achieved cost neutrality with that proposal was one was essentially an up class and the other was down. So that's how you're getting that offset.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No, yeah.
Then remove approval of the library budget.
Second. No further discussion. All in favor? Motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And it looks to me like we are back on schedule.
Okay.
Don't bring back the wrong seats. Page 213, Development Services.
Since we're reshuffling and not everybody's here, the seed, apparently there's a global seed bank where they archive seeds of sort of almost everything anybody knows about. And there was one location for this for a long time, and they put it in sort of a dry, safe place where it lasts a long time, Aleppo. So there's a second one somewhere in Scandinavia now.
I'm happy to start whenever.
Yeah, what is the way? What's our
49:33. 4 minutes left in a second.
15 points is good. Okay.
All right.
With us regrouped here, welcome and please proceed.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here. Thank you, members. Just a quick overview of Development Services. We are a department that essentially manages the building code, issues all the building permits, does all the building inspections, but we're so much more. We also are a matrix of other departments. We are a one-stop shop over at 285 Hamilton, where we have representatives from Public Works, Fire, Planning, Utilities, as well as building experts to answer questions right over the counter, and oftentimes 50% of the time are able to issue permits right there when we have customers come in. We get about 20,000+ people come in per year to do different types of transactions. We issue about 3,000+ permits a year, and we do over 30,000 inspections every single year. That number typically hovers around that number, but slowly creeps up and down depending on the economy and the building industry. So if I may run through some quick accomplishments over this last year. The first is we received 3 awards in trend setting, 1 in energy and 1 in inspection education. We're really proud of that. The staff worked very hard, and we've been recognized through different professional industries in the work that we've been able to achieve. Secondly, we've updated all the building codes and ordinances to comply with the triennial building cycle. We did that on time. This is the second time since I've been here we've been able to do it on time. In the past, it's been late, which results in other problems. We are a Class 1 ISO certified building department, which means that insurance providers cut Palo Alto residents and property owners a discount. There's only 9 of us in the nation. 18,000 agencies have tried to get ISO 1. We are the one of 9. There's only 4 in California. This next year, we hope to renew that ISO 1. We'll be one of very few that is able to get it 2 years in a row. And that comes with investments in our inspectors' training, education, and other credentials that they have to maintain and get. So we also completed an electrification study in collaboration with the utility department. We made those findings and presentations to the Utility Commission, and we continue to work on innovative projects with utilities towards energy efficiency. We recently passed our Energy Reach Code, which exceeds the state's energy code, which means that we have the most energy efficient new building stock in the nation, because California's energy code is the most aggressive in the country, and we're the most aggressive in California. So in this last year, our initiative also, if I can just, some few other accomplishments, we just created and continue to run a real-time dashboard that runs all of our performance metrics. That's really important because we managed a lot of allocations from a lot of different departments, and we had a lot of transactions. So we have a real-time dashboard that we've created from scratch with some technology partners that helps us track all the permits, all the inspections, all the plan checks, how many are on time, which ones are running late, so that year over year we tend to improve our timeliness, our readiness, so that the department can run efficiently and effectively, in addition to managing the building codes to ensure that we enforce the building codes to the highest caliber possible. We also like to do it in a way that's customer friendly, predictable, and efficient. So we also launched a new smartphone app. So this app actually helps contractors schedule inspections. We've been pushing the word out to different contractors and homeowners. This has been a huge benefit to the community of customers that we service. We've been able to reduce the number of calls that we get in, which is helping us manage more with our existing admin staff. We're always trying to leverage our administrative personnel as best we can, and having them too deep on the phones is not the best use of their times, and so this app is proving to be very effective in trying to curb those calls. And finally, the Green Building web-based series of training videos. As you know, Palo Alto prides itself on its sustainability efforts. Ensuring that our buildings are some of the most energy efficient and green buildings in California requires a lot of training and outreach of our staff to the range of architects, engineers, contractors, homeowners. So we've created a series of web-based trainings that have been well received, over 2,500 views of those training videos over this last year, and we continue to see an increase every year. So that's going really well. Initiatives for this next year. So Jonathan mentioned the right-of-way manager. We're really excited. We've taken on that project, which is essentially going to help broadcast all the work in the right-of-way. So hopefully in time, as we build this solution out, when you see a plate on the road that's closed a lane of a specific time, we'll be able to identify who that belongs to, how long it'll be there, etc. If the work is closing a lane down or a road down, with specific caveats, which I won't get into now. But essentially, we'll have a better log than we have today of the work that's disrupting the right-of-way. So we're excited to be working on that. And finally, we're completing our fee study. We finished phase 1. We're finishing phase 2, which means we're trying to align our fees with our revenues, our expenditures, rather. So with that, if I can jump to the next page for our budget, essentially, our operating, we only really have one request. It's that we would add we would renew the contract for our permitting system technical support through a company that's known as True Point Solutions. The ongoing net cost would be $130,000. The total cost is $250,000. Up until now, we've been using our CIP IT budget. So we were allocated some years ago $1 million+ IT capital budget. We've been using that slowly to build out a lot of the technologies that I mentioned. Now many of those technologies are up and running. They're in support mode, and so we are now transitioning from using the capital improvement dollars over to using operating monies. So we had to increase our technology spend, if you will. And as a result, we are adding the technology surcharge of roughly 2% on all development services fees. So that is going forward with our muni fee schedule, and we intend to impose that fee on all permit activity once it's adopted and the appeal period passes. So that's essentially in a nutshell what we have before you today, but I'm happy to get into any depth you want me to get into.
Councilmember Holman.
I had, when I was reading through this, I had not so much the dollars questions, but something that if you could respond to it here, if not, we could have a follow-up. We had an email exchange some time ago, and we haven't found a time to have a further discussion, and it's probably not a discussion just you and I should have. But I noticed on description under green building and building both, talking about being in compliance with all state and local code requirements and such. And you might recall that we had an exchange about state historic building code. I don't see it referenced anywhere, and it is one of the building codes of the state, and so it was never clear to me. And again, it's just, I'm bringing it up here. We're not going to resolve this here, but I'm just bringing it up again because it wasn't clear to me that there's coordinated training for that. And an experience I had was like somebody that I know well was trying to remodel their house rather than tearing it down, and they said they were just, having to fight with Development Center to keep from having to tear down their house rather than remodel it. So again, it's not a discussion that we're going to complete tonight, but I'm just putting it out there again because I haven't received resolution on that topic.
Well, I want to thank you for that because it justified me inviting my chief building official tonight. So with that, I'm going to give it over to George.
Yes, to address your question, the state historical building code is found in what they call the building regulations, which is Title 24, which is the triennial codes that we do adopt and modify, which we just did this recent past year. So it's located in Volume 2, which is the California Building Code. It's in one of those chapters.
Title 24 isn't the only place the state historic building code applies, though. It's only one of the areas.
Well, when I say Title 24, a lot of people could think of the Energy Code as Title 24, and the Energy Code is just one part of Title 24. Title 24 is the actual state regulation that is all the building regulations.
Is it offered to people when they come in if they have a building that's 50 years old or older?
The state historical code applies to buildings that are on historical registries, both state and local registries.
It used to be buildings that were 50 years old or older, unless something's changed. Anyway, I'm not trying to get into a long discussion now. I'm just trying to get it out there because I think it's a discussion at some venue at some time we should have because there's not clarity.
Sure. We'd be more than happy to be part of that discussion.
Okay.
And just for introduction purposes, George Hoyt is our chief building official. Been with us for 3 years?
3 years now, yes. Thank you.
So I love these workload measures that you guys have here. Do you guys also have measures like, on-time responses and turnaround for submittals? So these are some of the performance metrics I see that other cities have, and have you guys started looking at some of those yourself?
It just so happens we do,
Okay.
and that's exactly what the dashboard was created to measure. So we have many more key performance indicators than the ones that are just in the budget book. And we don't publish those because they're really more for operating purposes, but we keep track of them on a regular basis. So if you're ever interested and you like to geek out on data, I'm your guy. So we keep this handy at all times so we can manage all of our performance. So you asked a question about on-time reviews. That number we're really proud to admit has improved dramatically over the last 4 years. Currently we're
What is the rate right now?
Right now, there's a lot of ways to measure that rate, but it's right around 92%.
Okay.
What was it 4 years ago?
Closer to 64%.
Okay.
What was our solar panel approval time?
It used to be over 121 days on average to get a solar panel approval. Now it's same day.
Do you roughly know for Mountain View how many building permits they process?
I don't off the top of my head, but just structurally, Mountain View has a community development department. It's planning and community development. So they're planning, building, code enforcement, other departments are all consolidated, which is a little different than ours. As a development services department, we have pieces of planning, public works, utilities, fire, as well as building. So we get charged their time to answer questions specifically targeted towards non-discretionary permit activity. So it's not really a one-for-one. So we are completely cost recoverable, whereas most community development departments aren't, because they have non-cost recoverable functions.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking that for Mount Vesey, they spend about $5 million on building inspections, but it's hard because you guys aren't set the same way, so it's really hard to do a comparison here. That's why I'm just trying to get a feel as to how does it compare.
So just in terms of, to maybe provide some more light on that, we have a very tight structure. We have to operate on a zero balance at the end of the year so that our revenues match our expenditures. We do that a couple of ways. First of all, we manage our expenses by having a significant contract contingency. So we augment staff with contract staff, and we manage that contract staffing level depending on the number of permits, inspections, plan checks that were coming in. So we're able to adjust that pretty quickly and easily. And then we also get allocations from other departments, and in collaboration with those departments, we decide year over year what that number should be to manage the workload based on previous years. And we also manage our fees to make sure that our fees are aligned with those expenses. So every year we fine-tune our fees to ensure that the revenues and expenditures match. So we're constantly, more so than most, are looking at our revenues and expenditures to make sure that we're not overspending or underspending. So it takes a lot of performance metrics and whatnot to manage that.
Do you guys have as part of your budget, do you have some sort of feedback mechanism that applicants can give the development center in terms of how well things gone, something like a net promoter score?
Yeah, we have a variety of ways that we get that feedback. We have a variety of different stakeholder groups that we reach out to. When we first formed the Development Services Department some 5 years ago, we formed a Development Center Advisory Group, the DCAG, and that DCAG met on a regular basis to identify where things could improve. And we continue to work on that. And over time, that group has kind of dwindled down because the feedback we've been getting has been the work is done or is predominantly done. And so we've been basing a lot of that, the work that we've been doing on the feedback we've been getting. And every quarter we have a all-hands meeting where we display through a Prezi all the feedback we're getting from constituents, and all of it has so far been positive. So anytime there's a negative comment, I ask that I get notified, that I talk to the constituents or customers about that, and we get to the bottom of it. So
for every applicant, do you guys email them and ask them?
We give them a survey. We give them an opportunity to take a survey, and we respond back to them if they have any problems.
Thank you. Just a couple things. I'm curious. So the app. So how many people use it?
Over 1,000. I think over 1,000 downloads so far.
Okay. Cool. And then one question. I should know this, but code enforcement, is that part of your department?
So that's a great question. It's actually under planning and community environment as a function, but we do a lot of code enforcement support. Now, the number of code enforcement requests are building related, are very minimal, as you should know. Most of the code enforcement requests are graffiti, leaf blowers, that sort of thing. Very small number of building related code enforcement. There's about 60 that I counted in the last year and a half, and of those maybe a dozen turned into building permits because the rest were unfounded.
Got it. So your slice of that is strictly building.
Exactly.
Okay.
And we only are there as a supporting mechanism for planning.
Very good. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Great.
I'll move that we tentatively approve this budget.
Second. No further discussion. All in favor?
Thank you.
Peter and George and team. Thank you guys. I think Karen's the only one who was on council at the time 4 or 5 years ago. It's pretty safe to say that Development Services was the poster child for bureaucracy and bad service. I can't tell you how many calls of what you would even get of, literally moms crying at the development center, over their trying to get their kitchen permit and sorts of things. So there has been not only an extremely significant turnaround, but I do think a real effort on continuous improvement and getting better and better.
Not to say that businesses have any more importance than moms crying, but that we also even, since you're giving a little bit of background history, so we've even had businesses that weren't able to take up space here in Palo Alto because they could get better service getting permit approvals in other cities.
Paul Harper with the Office of Management and Budget. Before we get started, so Public Works has 5 different funds. We're going to go basically fund by fund. We'll start with the general fund, and this is the only one where we're not going to be talking about the capital section because we're going to talk about the general fund capital next Thursday. I'm sorry, 2 Thursdays from now on the 18th. Things in that fund are the infrastructure plan, streets and sidewalk improvements, building and structures, things like that. So if you want to save your questions for those types of projects, that's when we'll handle those next Thursday. With the other funds, we'll be doing similar to IT, the operating and the capital side of those funds.
Chairman?
Yes.
I noticed we do have some of our citizens who showed up for this item. I don't know if they filled out cards or not, but looks like people are going to do that. You may keep that in mind.
I have no speaker cards here, so anybody that wants to speak, please submit a card. And we have one speaker from the public, which is Susan Rosenberg. And I think what we should do is do all these now, right, as opposed to fund by fund. So Ms. Rosenberg, welcome. And you have 3 minutes.
Okay, we'll be shorter than that. I can guarantee it. So first, I want to thank the 4 of you very much for the tremendous amount of time that you put into these meetings. I don't know how you do it, but thank you very much for doing it. Good. I'm happy to hear that. Having been here since 7 o'clock tonight, it's clear you've seen a lot of big numbers. What I'd like to bring to your attention and ask you to reconsider is the portion of the Public Works budget that eliminates $338,000 for tree pruning and another $160,000 for the Urban Forest Master Plan. The City Council last year was specific and unanimous in asking that the city's trees be pruned on a 7-year cycle. With this budget cut, it would extend the cycle to 10 years. And I'm really baffled why staff would consider cutting the entire budget for the Urban Forest Master Plan. It took 9 years to complete the plan with hundreds of hours of input from staff, residents, and a number of local nonprofits. It was created with a long-term and inclusive vision for Palo Alto's environment. The creation of the Urban Forest Master Plan speaks volumes about a city that sees itself as a leader in the Green City movement. The irony of all this is that the truly greenest aspect of the city of Palo Alto, our trees, is so readily pruned by staff. Thank you.
If there are no more speakers to this item, please proceed.
Good evening, members of the Finance Committee, Chair Phil Seth. And I'm Mike Sarter, the Public Works Director. As Paul Harper mentioned there, we are a department of many funds. Actually, we have 6 separate funds that we'll be going through with you tonight, starting with the general fund. And as Paul also mentioned, please remember that the 5 other funds that we'll be talking about tonight will include the capital component of those funds. The general fund will be coming back to you on May 18th, capital fund, including updates on the capital infrastructure plan that the council has approved. So we are a department of 4 different divisions. We have an engineering division that manages basically our capital program and also provides support to the Development Services Center. We have a public services division, which is our basic maintenance and operations group. They do our tree trimming, maintain the city fleet, maintain city buildings, do sidewalk repairs, storm drain maintenance, those kinds of things, operate our pump stations, all those activities. We also have a environmental services division, which is our refuse fund, our wastewater treatment plant, and our watershed protection activities for the department. And lastly, we have an airport, or the Palo Alto Airport out in the Baylands. So real quickly, accomplishments over the past year, we continues to improve our pavement condition index scores, getting towards our goal of an 85 average by 2019. We are implementing the council's infrastructure plan. We've brought to you design contracts for the public safety building, the California Avenue parking structure, the downtown parking structure. We're about to go out to bid for construction for Fire Station 3 replacement. We have also our work with the transportation group in the bicycle and pedestrian plan, and of course the Highway 101 bike ped bridge, which is moving forward. We've completed the basic upgrades to Bixby Park. You saw that on Monday night, a little presentation on that. And then we are also we move forward on some new dewatering requirements for basement constructions in residential homes. Coming up this next year, we'll be doing the completion of our Matadero Creek pump station as part of the storm drain program. We'll be continuing to implement the Urban Forest Master Plan. We're 2 years into that plan already, and we're making strides in that area. We have designed a advanced water purification facility out at the treatment plant for recycled water. And we are also working on organizational efficiencies in the facility master plan study, making improvements in our facilities program. So in the general fund, we are proposing to do a realignment of a few of our FTEs from the capital improvement fund to the general fund, 0.59. And we are proposing to drop a coordinator public works process, add a coordinator position, and drop a building service person lead. The purpose of that will be to better accomplish primarily civic center maintenance over time. Our operation requests, we are planning to do an urban forestry mitigation fee to plant 200 additional trees annually. We are increasing our revenues through our municipal fees. You'll see that during the municipal fee presentation. I believe that's also on the 18th, as I recall. As you just heard, we are proposing to go from a 7-year tree trimming cycle to a 10-year cycle for the next 2 years, and remind you that the contract expires in 2 years and we'll be going out to bid again for a new tree trimming contract. And that will be an opportunity to look at those cycles again. We are looking at doing some reductions and realignments in our facilities and street operations programs, and we are proposing to shift to downtown tree light and street maintenance work, primarily the downtown streets team work, to the parking district downtown. So that's it for the general fund.
And Mr. Chairman, I think it's pretty obvious you would be making your decisions on each one of these fund by fund rather than waiting in entirety.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to do this. I know there's going to be some questions on the refuse fund, so I think we might as well take questions on the general fund issue now. Yeah, particularly given sort of, I remember the tree trimming discussion from last year as though it was yesterday. So Councilmember Holman.
And hopefully we will have a like outcome this time. So that said,
This is a precisely the council's purview.
Precisely. It so happens I just finished 3 days of having a crew at my house pruning my trees. So it just so happens. So
So did I, by the way.
Yeah,
you?
there was no conspiracy here.
no, but it just it just kind of puts front and center for me. 3 days. That's how many trees I have, and how I care for them, and the expenditure that I make for them, and how much my neighbors are even commenting on the work that's been done. And so, why? To put it bluntly, why?
Recognizing the city's general fund budget deficit this year, that was one area we felt that the Public Works Department could contribute.
I guess I would say it's one area where I don't think the public wants to contribute. I think the public wants to keep the trees maintained. I mean, I don't have to go through the litany of benefits that we get from our trees, whether it's, cleaning the air, cooling the environment, providing, safer streetscapes, improving property values.
Councilmember Holman,
the list goes.
maybe there could be some color on the difference between 7 and 10 as opposed to the absolute, whether we need trees or not.
Well, I'm talking about the difference does make, the difference in dollars makes up that difference between 7 and 10. So the industry standard is, I've heard two different things. I've heard 5 to 7. I've also been told 3 to 7 years is the standard pruning cycle. And I think, Walter would have something to add to that perhaps, but a 10-year cycle is not the recommended industry standard. So
let me ask our urban forester, Walter Passmore, to come up and talk about tree trimming cycles, because as I recall in our conversation last year, there is a broad range of acceptable tree trimming pruning cycles.
Well, can I just be clear on this, because there's acceptable and there's recommended. And can I suggest that they may not be the same thing? And I know my tree crew, it's like, and other people that I know that use, professional pruners, arborists, they're on a 3-year cycle.
Maybe Walter can also speak to the difference between acceptable and recommended. And if I might just pile on, Mr. Chairman, this particular recommendation, as I understand it, is for, even though this is only an annual budget recommendation, would be to continue this for 2 years. I mean, at least you would have to decide again to do that. I think you guys should describe what you think the impact is on the city for, being on a 7-year cycle this year. We're going to move for the next 2 years to a 10-year cycle, and then potentially, I'm assuming that the recommendation anticipated we could move back to a 7-year cycle, possibly. What is that? What's the impact on the canopy with that situation?
I think that would be great. If Mr. Passmore has got some color on sort of what neighboring cities do, that would be great too.
Yeah.
So there's not a set industry standard for the number of years for the pruning cycle. The recommendation varies. I think last year we had discussed 5 to 10 years was generally considered acceptable for municipality. Residential homeowners will generally be recommended, 3 to 5 years, which is a more frequent pruning cycle, because the more frequent we prune the trees, the less we have to cut off in any one cycle. And we had a fairly extensive discussion last year about the amount of leaf volume or branches pruned off in any one year, and the impact to the tree at any one time. Our American National Standard Institute specifies that no more than 25% of the canopy should be pruned off in any one year. But that by no means, sets your cycle length. It's up to the city, the climate, the budget, to come up with an appropriate cycle that accomplishes the quality and the health of the trees that you want. I know that's a rather vague answer.
Do you have any idea what they do in Mountain View and Menlo Park and Los Altos?
So Palo Alto is somewhat rare among municipalities in that we own and maintain all of our public trees, whereas Mountain View, Menlo Park, San Jose assign some or all of their public trees to the adjacent property owner. Hence, the quality of pruning and the cycle of pruning is quite variable. It's also one of the reasons why Palo Alto has double the amount of tree canopy per square mile that surrounding cities do.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, comparing to Menlo Park or Mountain View or Sunnyvale or San Jose or most other cities in the state, I don't think gets us necessarily a desired cycle length that we would want.
So, okay. So, watching the trees through drought and through these last winter's storms and significant rains and such, it's hard to conceive, and I look to you, Walter, it's hard to conceive that having a more frequent pruning cycle isn't beneficial to the tree. In times of drought, it would seem to me that a tree is trying to support more than maybe it needs to be because it isn't pruned adequately. And in times of winds and over rains, it seems like that there's, you know, wind that can't get through trees because they haven't been pruned frequently enough to let the wind pass through. And, you know, just to give a couple of examples, can you comment on those?
Sure. So a more frequent pruning cycle does reduce incidence of failure, whether that's dead limbs caused by drought or whether that is overextended branches from excess rain. You know, trees will naturally prune themselves in the woods, but in town, we don't like the effects of a branch dropping on someone's car or roof. Therefore, more frequent pruning cycle will reduce the number of incidents and the size of branches that may drop off the tree naturally. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So, question for the director. Why tree trimming services reductions? What are there not other areas that could be targeted for reductions that wouldn't focus on the tree pruning cycle in a city that's known as a Tree City USA award winner?
The primary answer to that is in consultation with Walter. It was felt that going from a 7-year cycle to a 10-year cycle would not jeopardize the health of the trees in general throughout Palo Alto. We have other programs, as you mentioned, our street maintenance program, for example. We have goals to improve our pavement conditions. So we felt that was as important as the tree trimming cycle and other programs that we have.
Personally, I would prioritize the tree maintenance over streets. Trees over paving, it's kind of like a no-brainer for me anyway. And, you know, we're all glad that we've gotten better street conditions. We're all glad for that. We've been very aggressive in seeking that. But at the cost of a more frequent tree pruning cycle, I don't think it's a wise choice. Comments have been made about, for me and from, where do you go, Walter, about what private homeowners are prone to do. Not all do it, of course. on a 3 to 5 year cycle. I mean, trees are trees, so whether they're street trees or on a private individual's property, recommended pruning cycle of 3 to 5 seems to be an indication that 7 is better than 10. And 3 to 5 is certainly better than 7. So if we're going to like come in a, 7 to 10, I think there's just, to me, there's just no question that 7 is better.
Hey, Karen?
So that's on trees.
Hey, Karen. Also, I suspect they suspected council would put it back in. And I suspect you're going to want to ask for this in the parking lot, so why don't we move on?
Okay, but we have two new council members here, and they were not here for the discussion last year.
Fair enough.
So,
Wrap up.
So I have a couple of other questions too, which are shifting the downtown street light. And you mentioned also something about downtown streets team also being shifted to the downtown parking district. That's what I thought I heard, although it's not in writing here. Could you explain that?
It's not in there.
That's what I just thought I heard in the oral presentation.
So if you go to our budget adjustments page 359, there's a description of what this proposal is intended to accomplish. And you'll see that it shifts the contract for the maintenance of the street tree lights, as well as our contract with the downtown streets team, to the parking district fund.
So the combined of those two, so this is where it was confusing to me. So in the green highlight, it talks about the street tree lighting. But then below that, it talks about the downtown streets team. So what part of the downtown streets team is being shifted? I'm sorry, it's just not clear to me. And is what's in green, is that just the street lights, or is that also, I'm confused.
I'm just following the description below the green shading that you have, and I'm sorry, mine is not shaded in green. I have a black and white copy. But we'd have to go to the breakdown. I believe, as I recall, the street tree maintenance contract is roughly $40,000 a year. So the difference would be what the amount of the downtown streets trim cost is being proposed to be shifted.
Councilmember Holman, we'll look into that. We have the numbers. We just need a second to look into the split.
Okay, and then the follow-up question to that is, has there been any analysis of what that would mean to retailers in particular?
We are not proposing to eliminate the service.
I understand that,
So
but what the impact would be.
The funding comes from the permit parking, not necessarily directly from the retailers, if I'm following your question.
Not from the, okay.
Yeah, so this is not the bid.
It's just from okay.
This is from the parking permit fees for the.
Okay, all right. And the other question had to do with the Urban Forest Master Plan funding. And it seemed like I heard two different things there. That's like.
Well, as you may recall, the Urban Forest Master Plan is a 10-year plan. And there was funding put out and set aside for the Urban Forest Master Plan first 2 years over the last 2 years. So that work is progressing. What we are proposing this year is to defer the year 3 until a future, until potentially year 4. And again, Walter could explain a little bit more. I mean, some of the initiatives that were in year 3 included an analysis of the north versus south canopy coverage, which is being done anyway without additional funding. Another item in that was to look at the impacts of trees on solar installations. And Walter is working with our utility department on doing that evaluation without having to add additional funding. So we are looking at ways to accomplish elements of year 3 in the Urban Forest Master Plan without additional funding.
Can I just do a clarification? Just so we're clear, FY18, which is a budget the committee is looking at, is year 3 of the Urban Forest Master Plan. And roughly how much of what, from a task basis, was included in the original year 3 plan, and what is, how much is going to be provided anyway through other sources versus how much is not, whether that's a simple percentage or roughly. Because I don't think we have any issue if we're going to provide what was called for through some other means. I don't think the committee would have an objection. However, if what we're doing is only partially what was in there, then we ought to identify what that delta is.
Yeah, you referred to Walter, so do you have comments, Walter?
My name is Gina Magliocco. I'm the Senior Management Analyst for the Public Works Department. So the $200,000 that you're seeing as a reduction in the budget, we never had money actually allocated, so it was all in the plan as this is what we think it will take. When we looked at the budget and we put everything together, we talked with the different departments and looked through the programs that were being asked, and we found other ways to accomplish, I would say probably 80%, 75% of what is being asked for. We're one of the, it looks like we're going to be working on the tree canopy data. And we're going to be working with utilities for the solar. We're going to be working with, we've got the canopy increase that we're going to be doing through the mitigation, and that'll be primarily in.
So can I suggest that you can go through a list, but if we don't have in front of us what was to be accomplished in year 3, we're just it's just like shooting darts at a board or something like that. So. And we got a letter that I would want to acknowledge from Canopy that was signed by a number of other organizations having to do with, I think, both the tree pruning cycle and, if I remember correctly, also the Urban Forest Master Plan concerns. So.
That's right. Yes, if I might. Let me just follow up on what the chair said earlier about this probably ending up in the parking lot. Assuming that that's the case, why don't you let us go back and say, here was the expectations from the plan, and here were the plan dollars. We're removing the plan dollars, and we'll do a comparison. We'll just say, here's what was going to be assumed, and here's what's not, and a rough estimate of what's not, what that might cost. So in other words, there's no sense appropriating $200,000 if we can do $170,000 of it through other sources, or whatever it is. But you clearly may say, well, the $30,000 worth of stuff that is not being done, that is important to us. We need to let you at least, and I'm just making those numbers up, they may not be the right proportion. Yeah. And then we could have that back in time for when you were in wrap-up.
That would be very helpful to understand.
I assume you're going to move it and I'll second it. So,
Chair Philseth.
I just wanted to give the other two council members a chance to speak first.
Paul Harper, Office Management and Budget. To answer your question on the downtown streets team and the tree lighting, so $30,000 is for the tree lights, and the difference, $46,201, is for the downtown streets team, and they're mainly cleaning the sidewalks and alleyways and counseling the homeless within the downtown area.
Okay, so when that comes back also, if that could be better described, that would be helpful.
Councilmember Fine.
Thank you. One quick question. Page 353, we're looking at the administration division increasing by about 23%. That just kind of stood out to me, and I'm wondering if we can get an idea of why the admin costs are going up.
I'm sorry, where are you at, Councilmember Fine?
The top of 353, General Fund Administration, 23.4% increase.
So Steve Guagliardo, Office of Management and Budget. I can help explain that a little bit. So the way we do the allocated charges, the charges you see that get allocated to the utilities funds, to a number of the internal service funds, they're charged to the administration division. Okay. And so what you're seeing is an overstatement.
The roll-up of that.
Exactly, and the roll-up of that, precisely.
Just second point, I generally do agree with Councilmember Holman about the tree trimming schedule. There may be some compromise between 7 and 10, call it 8 years, I don't know. And then it would be helpful again to see the breakdown of the forest master plan and what we're covering outside of this fund.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I also agree on the tree trimming as well. So, yeah, actually, I think Tuesday, I'm not sure, I don't think you were here, but I was saying because the city manager's office was, I think, increasing their budget by almost 14%, which is, which was about, I don't know, actually, yeah, 14.8%, almost 15%, which was about $425,000. So I was making the comment that maybe that could pay for the tree trimming instead. But anyways, so the question for you is, on the salary, it's going up about 8%, right? On 353, page 353. And the year before, I unless I did my math wrong, it went up about 9%. So it's going much faster than the rate of inflation. Do you know why?
So, Councilmember Tanaka, Steve Guagliardo again, Office of Management and Budget. If you're looking at that 16 column, you're actually seeing the 16 actuals, which is very...
I'm looking on 353.
Correct. And if you look at the fiscal year 16 column, which is how you would get your year-over-year growth to fiscal year 17, you're not seeing year-over-year growth from a budgetary perspective. What you're seeing is the fiscal year 2016 actuals. As City Manager Keene mentioned at the outset of this meeting, there are salary savings on an annual basis, and so those salary savings are seen in those actuals numbers. Because we didn't fill the positions, because they were left vacant,
I see.
etc. So what you're seeing is the growth from actuals to budget, and then you are correct, you are seeing that year-over-year budget growth of about 8% in salary.
Okay. So is it going up this year then?
Correct.
Okay. And
That is correct.
Why is it going up?
So it grows every year as a function of step increases for the unionized members of our workforce. That happens on an annual basis. There's also merit increases for the management employees in our organization. And in addition, there's cost of living increases.
We're cutting back like tree trimming service for our residents and giving the staff raises, which, is that what's happening?
In the case of, our employees, we have existing contracts that run through the end of 2018 that set those.
So you're saying that this is a mandated increase?
Essentially, on the salary side.
I see, okay. So the other question is on, people already asked it on about this, so on the budget adjustment on 359, so the street tree lighting, so this is going to the bid, the parking district?
No, so you have, we have a program where we issue permits for the garages and the lots, and we charge a fee for those, $466 for an annual permit, and the collection of those, $359, the collection of those revenues fund these maintenance, operational, and administrative support of the parking district garages and the management and maintenance of them.
I would just add that we do have a downtown parking district committee that has some stakeholders who will probably be arguing against us making this shift. I would just share with you.
I was gonna suggest that maybe one of those guys, it was probably his idea, actually.
So there's two parts to this. So to be clear, tonight on this end, and then on Tuesday the 9th is the other end, which is the University Parking District itself. So we notified the head of the committee. We're meeting with that individual on Monday to go over the details, and they're obviously more than welcome to come and share their opinions on Tuesday night. So we're reaching out to them and explaining our justification from a legal standpoint. You have authority to do that. It's a matter of policy.
I wish you a successful meeting.
Thank you.
So my other question is on allocated charges. What is that? On 353?
353. Yep. So allocated charges includes all of the charges from the general fund to various funds like the information technology fund, for example, for the utilities fund. And you can see the breakdown in a little more clarity on page 356. We try to call them out on that budget reconciliation by using the words allocated charges adjustments in there. So for example, for Public Works, you can see there's utilities adjustments of about 100,000. There's a refuse sales adjustment of 3,000, storm drain of 1,000. Vehicle replacement actually went down for Public Works this year, and you'll see it in there.
So why did it go up by 12%?
So again, you can see it detailed. General liability is a big chunk of that. We described that a little bit in detail on Tuesday night. So general liability covers the city's insurance in case of a general liability claim against the city. In fiscal year 17, the fiscal year we're currently in, we were actually able to give a rate pass to every city, to every department and every fund throughout the organization as a result of the accumulation of fund balance in that fund. This year, in order to achieve our fund balance goals, we're not able to give that rate pass. So you're seeing the normalization of that general liability charge this year.
And I guess what's the idea behind? I see the contract services is decreasing. Why is that?
So, I mean, the contract services budget is a number of things, right? So again, in that reconciliation table, you'll see the individual line items called out. A big chunk of that is the urban forest master plan change that we've proposed to you, and you're seeing that manufactured there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we actually have one more speaker from the public, which is Debbie Mytels. And in general, I would prefer that, we have done all this at the beginning, but since there are so few, let's invite Ms. Mytels to the podium here.
Thank you for taking my comments. Is this on? Okay.
Yes, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you for joining us.
Sure. I just wanted to come and speak on behalf of the trees in Palo Alto also. We've all been through this 4 or 5 year drought, and things are looking really quite bleak. I live along Lewis Road, and our Modesto ash trees are really looking like most of them are dead. They're often caught this time of year with the anthracnose disease. It means their first leaves fall to the ground, and then they have to come back with another set of leaves. The second set of leaves are hardly coming back at all. And around town, we can really see the discrepancy of what's happened with the trees. They've really been hit pretty badly, and even though the rains have helped a lot of the other plants, I think some of the trees have been seriously impacted. So to put the aspects of the urban forest master plan on hold is, I think, pretty distressing. It's good to hear that you're maybe going to find other places in the budget to be able to do that, but I really want to encourage the Finance Committee to not slight our trees. It's one of the things that makes Palo Alto the real distinctive community that it is, and really appreciate the attention you're paying to the tree trimming budget, as well as considering all the aspects of the plan, in particular the South Palo Alto, North Palo Alto difference too. It's quite significant, and those of us in South Palo Alto could use a lot more shade sometimes. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I actually didn't have anything that was uncovered except pretty big jump in workers' comp this year. Anything?
Yep. Again, this is one of the things we went over on Tuesday night. It's a similar story to general liability. We were able to give a rate pass to departments and funds last year as a result of the accumulation of fund balance in the workers' compensation fund. What you're seeing is the normalization of that this year.
We should expect that to see in some of the other departments as well?
Yes, you'll see it throughout the organization.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Holman, would you care to make a motion on this?
Yeah, I would move that we move the Public Works General Fund budget to the parking lot.
The whole thing, or just?
Is that necessary? Can't you just pull out the
tree
2 items?
And the 2 items?
Well, the reason I was doing that was because we didn't know where we were going to find the makeup for it. That's why I put the whole thing in.
Right, but I mean, the fact may be we find it even someplace else other than in Public Works. I mean, I think if you could approve it with moving those 2 items to the parking lot, I think that would keep us more focused on what
well, those are the things definitely that we want to reconcile, so I can do that. So move the urban forest master plan and the tree trimming cycle to the parking lot.
Can I make a clarification on the urban forest master plan, Paul Harper Office Management budget? So that money was one-time money that was taken out because it wasn't actually budgeted ongoing from one year to the next. So that money would be an add to the budget that was not originally in there. Just to clarify.
I think what I heard that you folks are going to come back with was, look, here are the impacts if we do this and we don't, and here's the money involved. And I think that's what we need, right?
I'm sorry, to clarify
Karen.
that, it was the things that are on the program to be done this year and the things that will or won't be done without funding.
Right, that's correct. We'll go back
A
to
listing,
the
full
Urban Forest
listing.
Master Plan line items and identify what we are covering already in year 3 and then what we need additional money for.
And how it was scaled out. In other words, yes, okay.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So I think actually Councilmember Holman got the motion right to begin with, because we've been pretty much approving every single budget unscathed. And so at our current pace, how do we get the money for the tree trimming? That's the thing I'm concerned about. So I think I'm just thinking, like, if we just parking lot that one item or two items, where will the money come from? So I'm concerned about that.
So what typically happens, I mean, is we get to the parking lot, we start to be able to see the big picture of what we're actually dealing with. You know, at this point, it's not going to be huge and unmanageable. Yeah. And then, you know, again, typically you could, you know, first of all, we're not stupid. We're going to be thinking between now and the parking lot, what are our options? And at a minimum, you'll say, okay, we really want this money back in. What do you recommend we do? So, I mean, I'm just saying it could even be sort of a false assumption that you would put that we're going to take it out of Public Works. The real issue is you're saying we want to put some of this money potentially back in, or all of it, whatever that is, and we'll have to find it. And trust me, we'll know how to do that when we get there, and you'll know how to see what some of the trade-offs are.
Councilmember Holman.
So the reason I was tempted to begin with was because it seemed like it might be a trade-off between trees and pavement, and so parking lot seems appropriate. So I thought it might be that, but
you're not precluded from going back into paving.
That's what I was going to say.
Let me
You
finish.
can still do that, right?
Let me finish, Jim. So to answer your point, it's why the other budgets are tentatively approved.
Yeah.
So we can revisit those, and staff will come back with responses to our parking lot issues.
Let me help with a little bit of this, Councilmember Holman, because I may have misled you on the pavement. Our general fund budget in Public Works is relatively limited to either staffing or contract services. In the paving area, we have proposed to reduce some of our materials costs. The other area in paving that we have in the general fund is staffing. Similarly to our building maintenance and our other activities in our maintenance operations. So the tree trimming contract is an area where we can make reductions without impacting our staffing and our workload.
Councilmember Fine.
Thank you. If I'm understanding this process correct, it's not a game of musical chairs. We're pulling things out. We're going to get a budget total at the end. We're going to see, gosh, council wants another $2.5 million, and we're going to see where we flex across all the funds. It could be out of Public Works, could be somewhere else. I think it's the right thing right now to pull these two out, which we have concerns about, come back to them at the end.
Yeah, all you're sort of tentatively saying is our outstanding concern on this budget is in this area. And, you know, again, we'll get to the end and we'll see it, which also includes you guys could tentatively approve everything and you get to the end and then you freak out and say, gosh, we haven't done anything. Let's cut $5 million. I mean, then we say, okay.
That could happen. Right?
It could happen. Then we'll say, okay, here are the options. That'll be way more efficient than you guys trying to guess what the options ought to be as we're going along.
Councilmember Tanaka.
It was just too much fun.
So I actually, I do agree with the tree trimming. I actually disagree with taking out of the paving, actually, or the streets. I know. So what I wanted to ask the chair here is, if we want to make a big structural thing, let's say we want to reduce the budget by $5 million, we want to do something like that. What is the form for us to do that?
This particular budget, or the overall budget?
I guess
if
maybe
it's
both questions.
if it's this particular budget, then I believe the proper procedural thing would be to put the whole thing in the parking lot, right? And with the direction that, we think this should be 50% smaller, and staff would then attempt to go figure out how to do that, right?
Like for instance, like
for the whole thing, I guess I want to ask the city manager that, because I mean the simplistic thing would be say the whole thing goes in the parking lot and we deal with it on the 18th, but that doesn't give us time to do anything, right? So, or the staff time to do anything. So
let me restate what the parking lot has traditionally been. It's been a way of you sort of culling out from the budgets. For the most part, you're saying, okay, we're tentatively okay with, let's just say, this general fund public works budget. We have concerns, though, about these two areas, so we're putting that in the parking lot because we want to revisit that. And I'm assuming what will happen then is you'll start to see the whole picture of what the size of the parking lot is. That will have some influence on, how you see the individual things also. And it's at that point you'll say, well, this is so important. I mean, the process will be for you to convince a majority of the committee. Well, actually, we have to look at the way our process works is actually you can get a majority of the committee, or I think our process is even if we have a 2-2 vote on an issue in the parking lot, that issue goes to the council as a whole with the report that, well, this was in the parking lot, there was a tied 2-2 vote. So the council still has the chance to see what the discussion was and still make the final decision.
Correct. That's what we did. And just to remind you, we do have a second backup date for the wrap-up, and we'll discuss that at the end of the meeting as to what night that will be, if we need it. But also, last year, you gave us a target to come back at the council with recommendations, which is what we did. Mm-hmm. You did not know what the specifics were of the recommendation you made. What your recommendation was to put money back into the reserves, to put it at 20%. And it was somewhere around $3 million is my recollection, and we came back and gave you some deferrals on capital improvement projects.
Yes, please.
So, because for me, where I think the money should come from is, okay, let me ask staff, are there unfilled positions in Public Works?
We do have a couple.
Okay, so could those couple, instead of filling those positions, could we use the money instead for tree trimming?
Why would we do it that way?
Well, I'm just asking.
No, I mean, why wouldn't you just say find the money? I mean, because there's a consequence to, here's why, because they need these positions. Right. Okay, so if they don't fill these positions, ultimately that has an impact also. And so what we want to do is be able to present to you, if you say we really want this, what the people who deal with the day-to-day deliverables and the consequences of not delivering giving you what they think, here's the best way to fund what it is you want to achieve. If you don't want this, if we made the wrong choice here, then here's our backup choices as to what to do. And it very well could end up being that we would decide it's better to take it out of some other part of the budget than.
See, my concern is we're saying yes to everything, and we only have so much money. And in order for us to say yes to something that's been set as no, we have to say no to something.
Yeah, but so, right now I've presented you with essentially what I think is a balanced budget. You may ultimately disagree with some of the recommendations, and it'll take it out of balance, and then we'll have to deal with you saying then, I want you to find where the cuts should be to be able to do that. If we do that in a timely enough way, we can do it with the committee. As Lala was saying last year, the committee had to say, well, here's what we want back in. You bring the reductions that will make that happen to the council. And the council ultimately, I think for the most part, it took those.
Yeah, it did, yeah. And so we ended up with a 20% plus budget stabilization reserve as a result of that recommendation the Finance Committee made.
Let me see if I understand what Councilmember Tanaka is asking, and then I'll ask him if this is correct, right? Which is, city manager indicated this is very macro, high-level stuff, right? But, it's a reasonable question. City managers and the staff, which is, Lalo and Kylie and Steve working 64 hours a day, right, have come back with all this stuff, which is, as the city manager says, essentially a balanced budget within our definition of balanced. Okay? Sorry, always need that asterisk, right? Question you're asking is, suppose we wanted staff to come back with not a balanced budget, but a 10% surplus budget. What's the process by which we ask that? Is that essentially?
I have that question too, but more specifically, more specifically, okay, so I think
the city manager's guidance is, don't have the finance committee go through and line out this program and that program. Let them, they can do it better.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I think it seems like we have a fairly good consensus about the trees, at least with this committee and maybe with the council. And so then that means the money has to come from somewhere. And I'm sure the city manager is does not slacken the system. Something's got to get cut in order to fund this, right?
Right. And they'll give us the answer to that, like they did last year.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what
you
that's
guys
what
going like this and throwing the garbage and say, what about that? And we say, no, that's not good. I mean, we
Yeah.
get there faster.
What happened?
Clear.
Yeah. What happened last year was staff came back and said, if you want to do that, here are 2 or 3 options of, we could do this and this and this, and here would be the impact. Or we could do that and that and that, and here would be the impact. Or we could do this and this and this, and here would be the impact. The council reviewed them all, picked one, and that was how we did it.
Probably not going to like whatever recommendations we come back with, because everything has consequences, right? It's just a matter of what what you feel is most important from the options we give you.
Councilmember Fine chime in?
I think that's actually the point, is that the parking lot, it becomes more contextual as we add to it, right? So in the end of the thing, when we get to it and we see, gosh, we have $10 million, we're going to see, gosh, the trees just aren't that important in this case because we have so much else in the parking lot. If we see there's nothing else in the parking lot, it's just the trees, we're going to move on that and we'll find the slack in other places. So the parking lot, I think, becomes more useful as we get to the end.
I think that's accurate. Holman.
Question on something a little bit different. I'm sorry, I meant to bring this up earlier, but it's tree related. So,
bear in mind there is a motion on the floor. Is it okay?
Yes. Well, we could vote on that, and I could bring up the question, but it's still about general funds. So, it's an organizational question. So I was looking at this list, and I'm looking at how it's structured, and I guess you don't need to answer this tonight.
You're looking at page 344.
I'm looking at page 344.
Yeah.
You don't need to answer it tonight, but I would appreciate some follow-up on this for the council. And that is that when I look at this, I see under Assistant Director of Public Services, that's where the Urban Forestry Department is. And in the next column, it's Environmental Services, which has to do with water quality, watershed protection, zero waste and refuse. But the column in the org chart where the Urban Forestry Department is got facilities maintenance, the fleet, traffic control, street sweeping. I mean, it seems like a misalignment of, and I don't know how this all works, but it seems like a misalignment, and it also seems like, again, we're a tree city. Shouldn't the Urban Forestry Department be at a higher level of organization, it seems like to me? And again, I don't expect you to answer that tonight, but I really would like a response to that, because, I mean, it just doesn't seem to track for me.
So, in this case, you're too much of a visual person. Honestly, this is, I can easily move urban forestry up above facilities maintenance. Honestly, this is, there isn't this is not expressing a hierarchy.
There's no hierarchy in that column.
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm sorry?
I meant that affectionately when I said.
Well, I know you're a visual person too. But what I'm saying is, I don't even know that's a column it belongs in. But anyway.
Well, you have to leave the organization of the departments to the staff. There are many reasons we organize. Sometimes it's.
I'm just looking for some kind of explanation of why it's the way it is, and why urban forestry isn't at a higher level of, and I understand this is just a listing, but why it isn't at a higher level of consideration in the department organization. I look forward to a response to that coming forward, or going forward.
I believe the question, if I can rephrase the question Councilmember Holman is asking, I believe it would be like this. Is the way the department is currently organized, is that structured in such a way that the urban forestry program gets the attention that it should get?
Not just attention, but authority.
Well, it gets the...
So to speak.
Yeah, it gets the attention and influence, right?
Influence is a better word,
and
yes.
gravity that it should have, right?
Yes.
I think that's the question that Councilmember
All right,
Holmes
so that's
had.
a legitimate question.
Yes.
Better than looking at this thing, because this is just a graphic on it.
Again, she should get a spreadsheet. Sorry.
What's that?
Get a spreadsheet.
All right,
So-
did you capture that?
We're going to keep coming back to org charts, aren't we? Okay, so shall we vote?
What was the resolution on your
The
question?
the motion was to put the tree, I'm sorry.
No, I understand, but you asked a question of the city manager, right?
Yes.
Right. Was there an answer to that, or are they going to come back
We-
with
we'll
that?
I asked for it to come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
If there is no further discussion, all in favor of the motion stands. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you all very much. Thanks,
Thank you,
thanks,
General
Walter.
Fund.
Next fund we're going to look at is the refuse fund, operating page 368, capital budget 481.
Okay.
The refuse fund, we looked at back in April, a month ago, in the Finance Committee, and there were a number of questions at that time, and so I think we were sort of awaiting there was maybe going to be some more discussion on some of those issues, particularly relative to our rates versus neighboring cities' rates and costs and so forth. And so
Yes.
we're going to touch on that.
I believe staff has a backup slide that can get into that level of detail. We weren't sure if you wanted to take it on.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll pull up the slide right now. Want it now, or do we want it when we get there?
Yeah, why don't we go through the regular presentation, and then maybe we skip to that slide, present that as well, and then take your questions and comments.
Okay, quickly on the refuse fund. This year, we implemented the second of our three-phase recycle and compost ordinance, focused on primarily some of the smaller commercial users of our compost operation. We diverted 1,700 tons of residential food scraps, and we raised our rate stabilization reserve within the fund to within the guidelines. So for the next year, we'll be doing phase 3 for even the smallest commercial recycling and compost users. We'll be looking to divert over 2,500 tons of residential food scraps via outreach and education. We're continuing our Go Box pilot and adding hot beverage containers to that, and we'll be piloting an increase to our household hazardous waste station use. Next slide. So operating requests for fiscal year 18, we have a one-time, and actually this isn't quite correct, we have a one-time $500,000 contract that we are proposing to go out on the street with to look at our future refuse collection and disposal services, recognizing that our current contract with Green Waste expires in 2021. We'll be looking at, we'll be bringing on a consultant to help us plan for the future. Once that contract expires, we may even come back to you with a short extension of that current contract. And then we have $25,000 as an ongoing expense for our outreach program in our zero waste program. We have a landfill pipe replacement and groundwater studies that we're doing as part of our landfill program. And we have a rate increase that we talked to you about at Finance last month, and we have a slide to show you some of the comparable rates. We have no capital program improvement projects planned in the refuse fund for this coming year. So why don't we shift to that slide, Paul, that shows comparable rates. And then if I would, I'd like to either bring up Phil or Ron to speak to this slide. This is Ron Arp, our Solid Waste Program Manager.
Okay, so this is just kind of our fairly quick attempt to address some of the questions you had. This is not meant to be a comprehensive study, but what we did after our rate meeting with you folks back in April 4th is we looked at we kind of had a it wasn't the greatest comparison, the cities that we had in the chart for the mini can, the smallest cart. So we went back out in a brief amount of time, and we think that these cities on the chart to your left, the bar chart, is more appropriate. There's a lot of different factors we looked at. Are these high level of refuse service for these cities? Are they do they have high diversion rate? Do they have high service rate? And so we think they're a little better fit than the ones we had in there before. And so the chart to the left is the 20-gallon, what we call the mini cart, and Palo Alto's in the green. And this is 2017 data. It was easier to get from these other cities in 2018. So on the mini can, this shows that we're kind of in the ballpark of these higher level cities. Some of these cities are in Alameda County. They've been doing a lot of good things over there from a zero waste perspective. They've been very aggressive in terms of food scraps and that sort of thing. So this is not meant to mean that comprehensively our rates are that way in the commercial or the other service levels, but this is the one that we wanted to follow up with more information last time. So we also looked at some cities do not have the mini can, so the chart on the right is our effort to give a weighted average to say where are we in terms of the mini cart, the mini can, and a 32-gallon, and we're in the green on the far right side. What happened to Menlo Park? That was a kind of a ridiculous $13.99, I think it was, rate, which kind of showed that we were way higher than anything. Well, it turns out we've done more research on it. They are in the middle of a process to look at it, look at their rates to see if they're appropriate, and they don't think that their rates are meet the legal obligations under Prop 218, or at least they're doing the study now with a consultant R3. So we just don't think it's an apples-to-apples comparison for Menlo Park. So that's kind of what we've done in the short amount of time since our rate meeting with you folks, and we tried to respond and put together something for you there. And then this is just this pie chart is just what we talked to you about. That these that kind of pie wedge on the left, or some of these costs are atypical of many of the cities around us. So we carry a higher level additional services and zero waste services. So that's kind of the chunk of the budget that we think most cities don't have. At least they may have one or two of these, but most cities do not have these extra costs embedded in their refuse fund.
And that was part of our confusion, because there was some discussion at that, and yet those added services accounted for so little of the total, right?
It's like 20% or something. Yeah. So and then on the other side, I think the handout, if you got the handout, but on the other side, we just listed out the additional services that we do provide to the community and the zero waste services, the additional zero waste services that many, or I would say most cities probably do not provide.
Ron, I don't think they have that.
Oh, okay.
I'm
sorry. Okay, sure.
So Ron was speaking to the other side of this handout, and there's not a slide on it, and I don't think you have it. So here's a hard copy. Phil Volble, Public Works. I might just add to what Ron said that the big difference between the comparative chart we showed you last time and this time is we added more that we thought were comparable, and then frankly we deleted Menlo Park because we don't feel that it is at all comparable. The main difference with Menlo Park is that they've not, and they'd be the first to admit this, they've not done this effort that we've been doing over the last 3 years to get a balance between the commercial sector and the residential sector, so one is not subsidizing the other. And without having done that, we don't think that's a good city to compare ourselves with.
So my recollection from the other day is that, you know, we were sort of looking at Mountain View and Santa Clara as well, which the difference wasn't quite as large, but was still substantial.
Well, and Mountain View's on the chart.
Did you guys look at those at all?
Yeah, it's on the chart. Maybe you could go back to that previous slide. Mountain View is the one the furthest to the left, and it is lower than ours.
As was Santa Clara. Oh, actually, Santa Clara has changed.
Well, remember, this is the mini can. So what we got involved last time was a discussion both with respect to the mini can and the 32-gallon can, because some cities didn't have a mini can. So we think that we should focus on the mini can because that's so many of our residents have now gone to that's a very good reflection of what our involved citizens are achieving.
What percentage is mini can versus the 32-gallon can?
Well, the 32-gallon is right under 50% now. The mini can is growing every year, and it's I think we have a budget goal in here of like 42%. It's close to 40%.
In the comparison from the previous time, San Jose and Sunnyvale, which were 32-gallon cans, right? You know, also came in considerably lower than our 32-gallon can.
We're also looking longer term for next year at a way that we can sort of collapse these things so that we give you one metric, and we just didn't have time to really do this in different ways and figure out what the best way was. You could envision doing a weighted average of the two with the the number of cans and that kind of thing. What we think is actually better, and Ron just was suggesting this to me today, is that and it's more budget related than rate related, so it actually is more related to our current conversation tonight about the budget, is what might be useful is to look at some of these expenses that we have and try to find those equivalent expenses in other cities. For example, the collection of garbage. What is it actually costing us to go around, which is a major cost? What does it actually cost to have the truck go around and pick this stuff up? And what does it cost to do that 3 times, since we do 3 different pickups? And then how do those costs compare to other cities? I think that might be the best metric we can come up with, because any other metric you choose, it's very hard to find a number of cities that would have all those elements and be truly comparable. But everybody picks up garbage, and plus that's such a big part of the budget. The collection, driving around picking the stuff up, is an enormous part of the budget. I forget the exact percentage, but isn't it on the order of close to 50%, I think. Anyway, that's a metric that we're toying with, and the problem with any of these metrics is that forces you to dive deeper and get information that you can't get on the website from these cities. So it'll take time to develop good metrics like that, but we intend to work on it this year.
It sounds logical, though. For me personally, I just as soon see 2 different numbers than try to blend them by can size, right? So that seems simpler. Right? So, Member Tanaka, you want to weigh in on this at all?
Well, I have something about that, but not that.
In that case, let's move on. Councilmember Fine. Thank you very much, Phil. And right. Okay, go ahead.
So, if you could please explain why the Zero Waste Planning and Outreach is 525.
What page?
Well, it's on the slides. It's 17.
Thank you. Slide 17.
So that's a one-time expense of $500,000 for the consultant study, the consultant services to help us in our strategies for the next. Really, that contract would really be in place over 2 or 3 years. The 25,000 is just ongoing outreach, print ads, that sort of thing that we thought we needed to promote. For one thing, some of the new ordinance and some of the zero waste activities that we're pushing.
So if the contract would be over 3 years, 2 or 3 years, why is it all piled into this year's budget?
Well, we're going. Well, number one, it's a good year to do it for us. The revenues exceed the expenses. But the other thing is, it would be better. This is going to be one consultant. So it'd be better to have one contract, we thought, to just get them on board, and then they could help do a number of things, do waste characterization. And a lot of these tasks will overlap each other. So it'll be a waste characterization, a zero waste plan update, and they'll help us in strategies and do some environmental studies to see what kind of strategies we could look at to bring a new waste contractor on board. And again, it's not just green waste ending in 2021. Smart Station, where we take our garbage, ends in 2021. And then the Kirby Canyon landfill, the waste management, all those two 30-year agreements, they're all ending about the same time. So we think that this is an integrated way to kind of look at the way forward.
Can I just ask a follow-up to your question, because I'm not sure that was answered, if I heard right? Is it the point that we're going to award the contract and do the work essentially in 1 year, but it has a 3-year horizon for the implementation of what we're going to do, as opposed to breaking it into, say, thirds and doing 1 year's planning in the first year and one?
Let me answer that. It will be a contract, one contract that will have a schedule that will go beyond 1 year. So when you enter into a contract for professional services, you need to have the money to pay for the entire term of the contract. This will likely be a 2 to 3 year schedule.
Right, that's correct.
So you award the contract, and then you have a schedule for the completion of the tasks within that contract.
So that's how it has to be budgeted. So the money has to be identified on the first year of the contract, even though it might be paid over 3 years.
Yes, because you will award the contract and encumber the money as a council action.
Okay.
Could I just add one thing?
And this will be, and this dollar amount, just a second, Phil, we'll get back to you. So the other thing is, like, a contract of this size, I presume this will be a competitively bid contract as well, because it's a lot of money.
Absolutely.
We actually, of money for...
Yes, but we have design contracts, as you may recall, for some of our capital projects that are $2-3 million. So it's a lot of money, but it's not certainly is our largest contract we've ever awarded for professional services.
Of course,
anything over $85,000, so it has to be competitively bid.
Yeah, it just it sounded, I wasn't sure if you'd already identified the person, just hadn't brought it, or the company hadn't brought it, and that's why you were basing this number on. Of course, you had contract services for capital projects that are much more than this, but this is a different kind of endeavor. Could I make one request, which I'm sure you'll look at anyway? And Phil, I didn't want to interrupt you. I don't know what you were going to add. But you sure?
Well, we may have failed to say the big picture of what this contract is for, and because it is a lot of money. And as Ron said, we've got all of our major contracts, our hauler, our disposal facility, our processing facility. Those 3 contracts are expiring in 2021. So the purpose of this consultant is to help us plan out that whole process and execute it where we select a new contractor. So we're either going to have to analyze the green waste situation and our 3 current contracts very carefully and decide to extend those, or we're going to have to go out with an RFP process that'll be millions of dollars, around $15 million, which is a huge deal. And almost all cities have a consultant help with that whole process. So we've embedded in here the money to help us through this collection, disposal, processing, selection, contractor selection. If we decide that we don't need to go through an RFP and we're going to extend our existing contracts, we won't spend all of this 525 or whatever it is, 525. I just wanted to point that out, that it's really, think of it like a preliminary design for something where you're going to spend $15 or $20 million.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that. I've been thinking about this a fair amount lately, so just a quick observation. So I was thinking, not that many years ago, we could leave our recycling can in the backyard and these friendly guys would jump out of the trucks and you could, say hello to them and hand them a cup of coffee or whatever, and, there wasn't a street littered with cans for a day or sometimes more, depending on who the neighbor is or what the street is, whatever. So that was one thing, and we're paying more for the services, of course, because over time you're going to pay more, understood. It's just a perspective. And then it was mentioned that we have, 3 trucks coming through. Actually, it's more like 6 trucks because they do one side of the street at a time with 3. So it's really 6 trips. And I find that ironic as we're trying to, reduce waste. And, of course, we do reduce waste. But at the same time, we have 6 vehicle trips, truck trips, no less, down a street to pick up our refuse. So it's like, what are we really gaining here in the whole environmental realm? It's just an observation. I've been thinking about it a lot lately. That's all I have on this piece of this.
Councilmember Fine.
So what is refuse administration? What's in that?
Excuse me, what page are you on?
373.
Steve Guagliardo, Office of Management and Budget.
Yeah,
So
that's,
the
I know.
So the refuse fund is an enterprise fund in that it is cost recovery by the ratepayers. In that sense, it does have its own staff responsible for administering it. You can see them in the back there. It's the people responsible for managing the overall program itself. And then again, the similar answer to Adrian Fine's question, Councilmember Fine's question earlier, the overall decrease that you're seeing is a result of the allocated charges decreasing.
So the thing I was just trying to understand, because the refuse administration is about 3.7 million, right? Okay, but then I look at the total salaries and benefits is 2.8 million.
So there's also line staff involved there. So the entire staffing is not contained within administration alone.
No, I guess my point though is the salary and benefits are lower than the refuse administration. So
correct. There are other costs included in the administration beyond just the staffing.
Oh, like what?
So again, the administration is where you'll see the roll-up of all of those allocated charges. So anything like general liability you'll see in there, anything like a charge to the utilities fund you'll see in there. Again, those allocated charges are detailed on the budget reconciliation, which is on page 376. So just quickly, some high-level highlights there. You're seeing an increase for vehicle replacement of 214. That's one of the charges contained in the administration division.
Got it. Maybe I'm guessing what the real question generates around, which is everything else here is outsourced, right? So
Yeah.
all the salaries and benefits go to administration. Is that correct?
So the question was whether there's any other salary and benefits throughout the refuse fund other than the administration division.
Everything else is outsourced, right? It's contracts.
Well, the way they have this organized, I'm not quite sure, where all the salaries are, to tell you the truth.
We can certainly look into that and give it absolute confirmation.
My point is this: it's like we're outsourcing most of this, right? So I'm kind of surprised that the administration is so high, right? It's 3.6 million. In fact, it's higher than the salaries, which is kind of kind of bizarre.
Would you like to see a breakdown of the administration? Maybe that'll help you?
That would help, yes.
Okay, we
Yeah,
can do that.
so we can certainly provide that. And you can see the staffing table detailed on page 374. And to Chair Philseth's point, there aren't line positions in this fund. I misspoke a little bit earlier. What you're seeing in the administration is all of those positions. And then the other thing that's happening, to your point about the question of salaries being so much lower than the administration number, it's really the roll-up of those allocated charges. And we can certainly provide a detailed explanation of that in the Not Places memo for next Tuesday.
So the other question I have for you is, why is there overtime? I mean, is there like an emergency trash pickup or something like that? Or, I mean, what causes overtime?
Yeah, overtime is primarily by the landfill staff and the household hazardous waste staff. So our household hazardous waste events are every Saturday. So we do have a contractor pretty much manage it, but we do have a staff go out there most of the time.
But does this mean that we have to pay time and a half or double time or something like that?
Yeah, double time and a half sometimes.
Why don't we just? I guess I'm at a loss why, because this is not an emergency. I'm trying to understand why could we not plan for this?
The landfill in particular is it's so highly regulated that we do have employees go out there. If you have a heavy rainstorm, they'll actually respond and go out there on weekends and that sort of thing. So there's and if there's compliance tasks, for example, maybe they're in the middle of pulling a pump or something out of there, that there's an issue that they got to get back in for compliance. They might work overtime. It's not a tremendous amount, but and there's also,
but I would expect zero for.
And just one more thing. So we're out there. Our zero waste staff, our zero waste coordinators are out many Saturdays going to events and trying to get our message out there. So that some of that is overtime also.
Because I mean, it's like a pretty consistent charge, right, throughout all the years, and so it seems like you guys could plan for it.
Well, I think we're doing a lot better job than before, but I think it is important to get out there in these community events on Saturdays, and those, they're not an all-day event. We're not. Pretty much, we don't schedule somebody as a regular day on Saturday. So if they do respond, one or two people from our crew responds, then they'll work and it'll be overtime.
It's a small amount, but it just seems like there's no emergency. So to me, it's just bizarre to have overtime for something like this.
Let me just add one thought, and that is the landfill part of this, I would say, is an emergency. We have 3 systems out there, and you don't think of it because you don't see it. They're underground. But we have a leachate collection system, we have a gas collection system, and we have a stormwater system. So we have to maintain all those systems. If they break or cause a problem, or if the flare goes down, we've got to respond right then. So it's not a life or death emergency, but the regulatory agencies consider it something that has to be followed up on immediately.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have enough staff to have different schedules and basically a main schedule and a few. Yeah. I mean, if this was a really large number, it would be a different issue, I think, as to how we could program the staff.
Well, and I'd also like to point out that, as Ron mentioned, some of the effort is being done on Saturdays. That is for the convenience of our customers. It's not an emergency, but our household hazardous waste facility is open on Saturdays for. Okay.
Just one issue more, just a comment for the committee, if that's okay, which is just you guys. I mean, so we're really inching up our zero waste numbers, right? We're talking about maybe hitting 81% this year, which unless San Francisco is making commensurate improvement, would make us the best in California. We actually have a stated zero waste goal of 95%, so our zero waste is effectively 5% short of zero, but anyway, 95% by 2030. And I just sort of assume that every percentage of improvement gets harder and harder to achieve, right? So if we look beyond this budget, we have goals that speak to the future that either say we modify our goals or stuff's going to get tough.
This one is pretty easy, actually. It took us about a week to get used to the container and so forth. So.
That was true.
Member Chinaki, you got more? Thank you very much. I just real briefly. So you got flat head count and 6% was the salary increase this year. The head count is flat and the salary growth is 6%. 5.9.
Yeah.
Again, that's for the similar reasons cited earlier, right? We have those mandated contractual increases that we have to give.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand it's contracted. My question is more about what we budget when John Barton calculates the unfunded pension liability, because he assumes 3%. And I just observed that. So we had, and you know, the 10 to 12% on pension increase seems to be pretty consistent across department to department, right? Salary increases seem to be pretty consistent. You know, the library is actually much lower, right? But and yet the overall budget is essentially flat from last year, and the difference seems to be a big drop in debt service, right? Do you guys foresee that's going to reverse in the following year, or is there something expired and we don't have to do that anymore? Is that structural?
So a big chunk of that is 409,000 that termed out of debt service that termed out at the Smart Station. That was some of our original investment in the 1990s, early in the, and so that's kind of termed out after this year. So that 400,000 will not come back.
Member Holman.
Not sure I have the best way to ask this question, but Phil's probably the one that'll be more likely to answer it. Having to do with salvage versus recycling and diversion rates, and how are we doing on increasing salvage, and is it being captured? Salvage versus recycling. You know, our recycling never goes to a facility. Our salvage never goes to a facility. So, is there cost savings associated with that? Blah 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 blah.
Well, we are. That is the sort of the next big thing after food waste or food scraps that we're going to attack starting this year, and we described it in the SCAP recently. So we have in the existing ordinance, as you probably know, the requirement that when somebody above a given size is going to demolish, that they have to do an inventory now of things that could be salvaged. So that was our first step.
That's the size of their building, not the size of the person.
Yeah, sorry. And so they do the inventory now. So we need to gauge, well, how well is that working? Is that really working well, doing this inventory? Is it being, are we getting what we need out of it? And then,
and who's doing the inventory?
And who's doing the inventory, right. So we need to sort of analyze the step that we've taken so far and then determine what the next step is. The next possible step would be to have a requirement associating with executing what you found in the survey. For example, let's say you found there were a bunch of cabinets that could be salvaged, and you showed that on the checklist. Well, the next step we could take as a city, I'm not aware of any that have taken this step, but we're seriously investigating it, is to say, okay, fine, you identified that the cabinets can be salvaged. Now, it's a requirement that you do, in fact, attempt to salvage them. You list them, or maybe we could even require that they do salvage them. But that's what we're kind of analyzing, is what can we do to push the system now that we've required this inventory? That's the next thing for next year.
Wouldn't that save the city money because we're not taking anything to a facility then? those
Well, for the
materials aren't
city
going.
buildings.
We aren't taking those, I mean, so the person who's doing the work, the entity that's doing the work, they take it, but it also reflects in our, well, the diversion rate would be the same, which is sadly,
Well,
that's,
it would help on the diversion rate if they weren't taking that material now to some, and taking credit for it as being recycled. It may not help on the diversion rate if they were at least recycling it now.
yeah.
But that whole area is, difficult with respect to the diversion rate. So even if it doesn't technically help us on our diversion rate, we could know that we were actually keeping stuff in circulation and furthering the zero waste goal.
Yeah, exactly, which would be a goal. Speaking of goal, I just quickly looked to see what the Warrior score was. We won 115 to 104.
Nobody got hurt.
I don't know. I just looked at the scores. I think that's. What was that? What? I didn't hear you.
Not worth picking up on the tape.
I think that was my only other question.
Let's see, in that case, there are no further questions?
There is one. So when looking at the new contractor and getting that evaluation, of course you will look to see what other cities are doing and what other facilities are out there because, in terms of cost savings for, 6 trips down the street and the environmental impact of 6 trips down the street, you'll be evaluating that and reporting all that when you report back to the council about wanting a contract to be approved?
Right,
Yes,
and
we
in
will.
particular, we're very interested in seeing if we can figure out a way to have fewer trips. Mountain View recently proposed cutting back to once every other week as opposed to every week on garbage, ran into a lot of resistance and stopped. So, yeah, that is Mountain View. So we want to consider that as well. And like I think we talked about it the last time, that the big problem is these kind of human hygiene-related things, pet waste, and the human hygiene products that have to go in the garbage, and most people aren't going to want them to sit around for very long. So, but we will look at that frequency of collection on the other services too.
Could be recycling. Could be
and
recycling
compost.
every other week too.
Yeah.
If there are no questions, are we ready for motions? Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I'd like to move that we tentatively approve with exception of refuse administration pending the data from staff.
So on that note, we can actually provide an update on that data for you now, and maybe it'll satisfy that. And if not, we can certainly explore putting it in the parking lot. So if you look on page 374, you'll see that there's 0.43 FTEs in refuse administration, so a very small amount there. The allocated charges that I mentioned earlier are included in the refuse administration area. The other very large expense, the single largest expense in the refuse administration division, is the rent we pay on the landfill, and that's about $2.3 million a year. So between the allocated charges and the rent for the landfill, that's what constitutes the bulk of the expenses you see in the administration division for refuse.
Is it classified as rent, as administration?
So again, it's the roll-up and just the treatment of it, so it gets put in that division, so you see it in that division in the budget book. We can certainly explore the treatment of that in future years if that's a direction we're given.
Yeah, would provide clarity.
Good thing it's gone away by 2021. So the rent, yeah, they'll be done.
So where is that rent? I mean, where's the line item for the rent?
That's what we explained.
So that line item is seen. So there's 2 breakdowns we provide. One is dollars by division, which is what you see for the administration, and you also see the dollars by category. So if you continue down that dollars by category, you see the rents and leases line item, and there you see the $2.3 million number.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That is on page 373.
I see.
Were there further questions?
Yeah, it's just, for me, it's just we're outsourcing almost everything, right, in this area. And that's why the administration just struck me as really high, 3.7 million, when we're outsourcing almost everything. And so that's why I was thinking about. So we're paying $2.3 million rent, but still it's part of administration. And it just strikes me as rather high.
Again, the allocated charges are in there as well. So if you look at that reconciliation sheet.
Well, I mean, even if it is, but you're talking about $2.8 million for salaries and then $2.3 million.
Again, to clarify, there's only, my earlier comments, there's only 0.43 positions budgeted in administration.
Oh.
The bulk of the positions are assigned to one of those other divisions.
I see.
So it's those allocated charges and that rent.
And what are the allocated charges?
So the allocated charges for this fund constitute about $1.3 million. You can see that line item, or it's a little higher than that. But again, 1.8 for this fund. And you can see them called out. They are the way the refuse fund pays for IT, the way it pays for general liability, the way it pays for utilities, the way it pays for vehicle replacement. So if any of the vehicles need to be replaced, that's where it comes from. That'd be like street sweepers, et cetera.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Did you still want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve. Tentatively approve.
Second.
Both operating and capital, please.
Oh, yeah, the capital, yeah.
There is no capital in this.
Yeah, I know.
Care to speak to your motion? I'll speak very briefly to my second, and it's more general, but since we talked about this, my interest in this is calculation of the unfunded liability. I will in general observe that 6% operation-wide is pretty darn generous, okay? Those of us who worked for decades in the private sector, I mean, nobody does that in their company as an average. Maybe Goldman Sachs, I don't know, right? But so that's handsome. Okay. I recognize that it's a result of contracts. There's nothing we're going to do about it tonight. Right?
I now that you bring it up, I actually think that we should be spending a lot more time on that topic.
Well, all of our contracts, for the most part, are coming up next year, so that'll be.
You will have your chance. You will have your chance. Okay. Let's see. If there's no further discussion, all in favor? Motion carries 4-0. Thanks very much, guys. On to the next one. Storm drains. Our favorite.
Councilmember Phil Seth, I would also direct you to the app places memo that you were provided last Tuesday. And again tonight, this speaks to the motions that we're bringing forward based on the ballot measure passing. At the time of the budget, we weren't sure if it was going to pass.
Yep. Congratulations on the measure passing. Apparently people in Palo Alto don't want water backing up in the street.
So you guys have a big presentation, or I was just wondering, since we've been doing so much with the council on this, we could skip the presentation, go right to questions or whatever. That would be fine with me.
I wouldn't mind seeing the presentation if it's quick.
Okay.
Because most of them have been one slide, right? Okay, right.
Okay. So real quick, this year we are wrapping up with the previous storm drain fee capital program, and we are moving towards addressing the new stormwater permit requirements. So what we'll be doing in this coming year, now that the ballot measure passed, is starting to work on compliance with the new stormwater permit requirements. The stormwater permit was passed in January of 2016. One of the major aspects of that is to develop a green infrastructure plan and some of the reporting requirements that we've been saddled with. Next slide. So as part of that process in adapting to the new stormwater permit, we are shifting some of our FTEs from our watershed protection program under the wastewater treatment fund to the stormwater fund, and we're proposing to add an engineer to the stormwater fund to accomplish those activities. And I have a pie chart that can lay out some of the specific requirements that we're going to be addressing. In the operating budget, as you can see, we have a stormwater management fee increase as part of our municipal fee. We have our regulatory requirements that we need to address, and we will be doing fiber connections from our pump stations to our creek and our creek monitors. Next slide. We have 4 initial storm drain capital projects that will be accomplished in the next 5 years. That's out of the 13 that were included in the ballot initiative, recognizing that the ballot initiative has a 15-year time horizon for capital improvements. So that's the capital side of the storm drain fund. And I think that's it for slides.
Mike, could you speak to why we need another engineer?
Yes, I can. So the new National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit requirements were enacted in January 2016, and right now we have not been putting resources towards that compliance. The new engineer will be spending about 2/3 of their time developing a green infrastructure plan for the storm drain permit. They will be doing private stormwater treatment and infiltration assessments. They will be doing trash control requirement compliance work. They'll be looking at PCB and mercury load reductions in our storm drain system, and they'll be looking at the construction inspection that will be needed for some of the green infrastructure systems that will be put in place.
Questions from the committee? Councilmember Holman. Councilmember Fine.
Just one comment on page 387 on the fiber connection. In the description, it begins talking about pension trust fund. I think there's just some.
Yep, thank you for that correction. We'll make sure we get that in the adopted. It's a carryover from the next right up.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So, is there somewhere in here in this budget that has the overall summation of all the overtime the city is doing? Yeah. Like what's budget, the total overtime budget?
I think we give you let me find the page real quick.
Okay, while you look for that.
Sorry, Councilmember Tanaka. You can see it on page 47. Well, that's the average, actually. So I guess we don't really line it out on a single line item, but we can certainly provide that for you.
We have it in every department, so we could simply pull it out for next meeting.
And that meets the 1-hour rule? Cool. If I can make a suggestion to Councilmember Tanaka, it's possible, see what staff thinks, it's possible you might want to see it split out with public safety and other categories on overtime, because the dynamics are pretty different between those two.
Yeah, you haven't had an opportunity to go through a quarterly financial update, and that's where we give you the updates on the overtime on a quarterly basis, as well as to what was budgeted and what was used. So we'll provide that. And all of that, again, is driven by contractual agreements.
Oh, really? So you have to give overtime?
Well, you have to pay it when they exceed certain hours.
Oh, I know that,
yeah.
but I didn't know that we actually had to make people do overtime.
Oh, well, no, we don't necessarily make them, but, I mean, there are times where we have to, right? But it's not necessarily scheduled. But in most cases it's not.
To be nauseatingly clear on this, there's no legal requirement that we require people to work more hours. If things are unstaffed, we could do that.
They are actually for firefighters. That if we need to have X number of people on a shift, and so if we don't have that number of people in fire and police actually, then we do require people to stay over.
I would just say when we'll come back, we'll give you the info, but in the areas where we have these big expenditures, it's a worthwhile discussion to have, and I would say it will be ultimately an involved and complicated and strategic and everything else conversation, because there's history, there's factors, but because you'll see some very big numbers in a couple of areas.
Yeah, so I guess to what the chair was saying, it'd be really good to see that breakdown, see like what it is, like the total overtime, the total number, like how many millions of dollars are we spending overtime, percentage of budget, and by department. And then what's driving up the administration cost? Because the other thing that would be helpful just in terms of process would be, like whenever something's highly above average, it'd be great to highlight that.
Certainly. And Councilmember Tanaka, it's Steve Guagliardo again. You're probably sick of me hearing talk at this point. So again, administration for the storm drain division, there's 0.6 positions budgeted there. And then again, you're going to see all of the allocated charges pretty much hitting there. So you're seeing an increase of that 80,000. And then you're also seeing the increase in allocated charges. And I believe for this particular fund, some of the allocated charges are hitting CIP. So you're not seeing the full bulk of them hit administration, but that is accounting for the increase there.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Holman. I'm generally good too. In the capital plan, Phil Boble has been excruciatingly diligent about warning us that there are big capital expenditures coming in this general area in the future that aren't reflected in sort of these. Is that still the case? There's none of that in here?
Well, most of the discussion we were having was about the wastewater, where the treatment plant essentially needs to be rebuilt at a cost of $200 to $300 million. I don't think we discussed the storm drain thing too much, but there is more work that will ultimately need to be done than what we funded with this last ballot measure. There's no question about it. But it's not of the same scale as the treatment plant, where we've got to spend hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, go ahead.
So on the CIP capital, how do you decide where a new storm drain or storm drain cleanup or expansion happens?
We did a master plan for our storm drain system, which identified priorities for improvements. And then Phil can talk about a little more detail about how the Blue Ribbon Committee went through that priority list and identified
IBRC? You talking about the IBRC?
No, no. There was a separate storm drain Blue Ribbon Committee that was set up to work on the storm drain fee increase.
Right. We essentially used the priority system, though, that Mike's talking about right from the master plan. The Blue Ribbon Committee didn't change those priorities. We considered it. They looked at the list.
Okay. I just want to talk about two particular areas. One is Page Mill, like when it goes underneath the tracks. This actually wasn't that bad, so maybe you guys fixed it already. And then the other part is California Avenue and Yale, and that floods all the time.
Well, Page Mill under the track is actually a county facility.
Oh, maybe that's okay. That's their
Okay,
issue. Okay.
so-
and then what
and
about
we've been
Cal
look-
Ave and Yale?
I'm not familiar with that location necessarily.
Where on California?
California Avenue and Yale Street.
It's the Wells.
It's like they have the sandbags there. It's been there for years, and there's like every year it floods, especially this year. And they even repaved it, and it still floods. So I was just wondering if,
We have John Hospitalia, our Public Service Division Assistant Director, might be able to address that. Thanks, John.
Yeah, John Hospitalia here. That's a rather complicated site. It's not entirely a storm drain issue. One of the problems we have there is that there is a underground water transmission facility at that site that you're speaking of that has sandbags around it. And one of the things that has to change is the ceiling, the roof, the street. It's all integrated in one structure. So we have to work with utilities to figure out what we have to do with that site, but it is on our radar as far as trying to make a repair. Originally it was thought it was just a curb and gutter repair that was going to eliminate that flooding, but after we investigated, found out that that facility was there. There's far more to it than we originally anticipated. So it is on the list.
And just across we're on the list, is it like 10 years from now, next year? I mean,
I can't speak to that. I couldn't tell you at this point, but we can check on that and let you know.
great, yeah.
If there are no further questions, I'll move that we tentatively approve both the operating and capital budget for storm drains. All in favor? Motion. Folks?
Real quick clarifying question before we move on. Can we just confirm that that motion does include the Outplaces memo and the amendments included therein?
Thank you.
Okay, you guys ready for wastewater treatment? So this year we completed our water purification feasibility study, initiated our recycled water strategic plan, and completed design and awarded construction for the sludge disposal and off-haul dewatering, sludge dewatering and off-haul facility with the intent to shut down the incinerators once that's completed. This coming year, we expect to complete the construction of that facility. We will be planning and designing a fixed filter reactor, primary citizen. These are basically plant improvements that we'll be working on as part of the capital program. We'll be designing an advanced water purification facility and looking at the feasibility of indirect potable reuse and recycled water expansion. It's part of our wastewater treatment fund activities. Next slide. So we have one request to adjust the pay for our senior industrial waste investigator. And as I talked in the storm drain fund, we're shifting 2.21 FTEs to storm drains. We will be doing some operating requests with our partners and our waste hauler revenue adjustments. We have an outfall line construction project as part of our capital program in the 5-year plan. And then we have two changes to our capital improvement program. One is a headworks facility replacement. That's where the inflow comes to the plant. And we are eliminating the anaerobic digester project at this point in time, recognizing that the sludge dewatering off-haul facility will allow the incinerators to be shut down.
When is the day that we actually turn off the incinerator?
I think we're talking about 2 years, Phil?
Correct. Right. The construction of this new facility is going to take about 2 years and debugging.
Yeah.
So
and then
sometime in 2019.
Then we'll be able to shut them off.
2019.
2019.
Yeah.
So is there going to be a big party where we
There
actually
is.
throw the
Yeah,
switch
I agree.
out there? And
Well,
You know,
Jamie
as you're probably aware, in the SCAP, the incinerators are probably the single most largest user of,
voila,
of natural gas.
Yeah, we're gonna let everybody take a whack at it with a sledgehammer. What you'll find is you won't get very far with just a sledgehammer. That thing is huge and thick.
It's a pretty
But-
solid.
You guys are creative. You can figure out some
But Jamie does intend to give everybody, it's lined with brick.
Yeah.
And everybody will get a brick.
And steel doors.
Did you say a sledgehammer or a sledgehammer?
A sledgehammer.
How late is it? Okay, I think that's the last slide. Councilmember Holman, do you have any more good questions?
Because this is a shared facility, I just want to know that the capital costs and support staff, is that our allocation, our share of the shared costs?
Now, this is where it gets a bit confusing, because when you look at the collection system budget, which you've done previously, the Palo Alto portion shows up, the 35% that's Palo Alto, shows up as an expense to the wastewater collection fund. Now, tonight, we're not talking about the wastewater collection fund, we're talking about the treatment plant. So here you see the whole treatment plant budget, the whole 100%. So Palo Alto is only paying for approximately 35% of everything that you see.
This was like a point that I made the other night, that, like in this particular instance, the head count is all on Palo Alto's books as FTEs, even though, we actually serve other jurisdictions.
Right, in terms of FTEs, yeah, but so the capital cost is where I was questioning. Yeah. I think that's it for the moment.
Councilmember Fine.
Thank you. Just two quick questions. So one, on the capital improvements, we've got about $30 million coming through here over the next year or two. This isn't so much a budget question, but just, can you tell me a little bit about like the oversight and contract management there, just considering there's so much money going through here right now? And one of my other questions is, you just answered it, Phil. Will the facility be done in 2 years? It's nice to hear it will, but I guess I'm just kind of playing around those parameters.
How are we managing the other project? Jamie can give you an overview of how we intend to manage and fund this project.
We've hired a program manager to help us deliver these projects. We have a small in-house engineering staff, 3 people, which is not really possible to keep an eye on all these contractors and consultants. So we're using a program management company to do that. That's one way we're helping manage it. And then for the construction projects, we typically hire a construction management firm to handle the staffing. They're an extension of staff. We staff up with engineers and consultants to get these capital projects delivered.
Okay. And then the other thing I noticed is for the headworks in the new lab, there were mentions that you're having trouble obtaining state loans. Can council help anyone with that?
Well, I wish you could, and personal donations are always welcome.
Go for it.
We could donate our council salaries, but that wouldn't get you very far.
Well, you're right. Just a few bricks in the incinerator. So what has happened to us since we talked about this 6 months ago is we thought we were going to be funding almost all of these projects with what's called state revolving fund loans from the state. Very good interest rate. It's not even really an interest rate, but it amounts to 1.8% interest rate right now. And so we have got that money for our $22 million sludge building. So that's great. But the next 3 projects in line, our first step is design. We had hoped to get that kind of loan for the design of those buildings. And we can see now that they're oversubscribed. The state is oversubscribed. Too many people want money. All these plants were built about 1970. They all now need to be rebuilt. And there's sort of a funding crisis. So we're going to have to come up with a plan B for the design costs for the next 3 projects, and then a plan B and a half maybe for the construction. We hope that we can still get the construction money from the state, but we'll have to just hope for the best on that. And if we don't, then we'll be talking about bond funding principally.
So I guess I'm just saying, looking down the road, funding and design, in fact, puts us more ahead of line with the state, other things, just because of.
Yeah, we're working on a plan right now, and as soon as we get this budget done, this young lady here is going to help us do this overall plan. How are we, what is the funding strategy, given that we can't completely rely on this state loan thing? And we'll be showing you that plan.
Just
Thank you.
be aware that a bond is not necessarily the worst way to do this. I mean, a COP costs another % on top of a bond. So. Councilmember Tanaka.
So we do the service for other cities, right? So and they refund us, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So and they basically fund our cost. Is that right? Okay. So
Capital and maintenance and operations.
okay. So the big thing that I'm wondering about though is because it seems like we have 73 heads or something like that in this section. And the pension is like $2 million, but this is as I just learned yesterday. There's the pension number that's listed here. Then there's a massive number that's not listed anywhere, right? So I guess my question is: are we really collecting the full amount that we should be from our fellow cities?
So we are. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
To collect all the fully unfunded liabilities that we are incurring right now in service of other cities?
Right. So as we discussed, we're collecting what PERS is telling us we should pay, correct? But we don't necessarily agree that that is the right number. So one of the recommendations we made, including with this fund, is to add 10% of the annual required payment to the trust. So the water treatment plant, just like the other funds, is contributing an additional 10% towards that unfunded liability. Now, when we come back in the fall with you and discuss a plan, if we come back with a plan that has additional funding, we do have to go to our partners and tell them, this is what we want to do and this is why. And, we believe that they should agree with us because it is an obligation we're jointly going. And you heard Phil and Jamie say before that they can't go anywhere else. They don't have another option. So we're in this together for the long run. So might as well address the issue and take care of it. We may have to do some outreach to the city manager, to the staff, and eventually make some kind of presentation at council. I'm not sure, but I could foresee that may be necessary. But I also know that my counterpart in Mountain View is also trying to do the same thing. We are here in Palo Alto, so it's not going to be new news to them.
Actually, that's a very good catch. Thank you. I think we've discussed this in the context of some other kinds of service delivery we have outside the city, but I think we ought to look at this at every single one. And clearly, we shouldn't gouge the other cities over this, but we shouldn't subsidize them either.
Right. I mean, yes, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so just to be clear, what's going to happen is a plan to, this year, collect money from the other cities to make up for the...
Correct.
Okay.
The partners have actually already agreed to pay whatever the city's overhead is, as long as it's charged equitably to all the departments. So whatever city chooses to charge utilities and general fund, whatever, they'll pay that. So they've already agreed to that.
Okay, so this pension is $2.1 million. How much money should we be getting if we were to fully fund this and we use a reasonable probable rate of, let's say, 5% or whatever. I don't know what the rate is.
You may recall that Sheriff Philsis said it's not a simple calculation, it's an actual calculation.
So how are you going to figure out how to charge them then?
Well, what we did right now is did a straight 10% of the annual required contribution. So we're going to get an updated number from CalPERS in August. Once we get that number, then what we're going to do is have Mr. Bartel, we still have a contract with Bartel Associates, and have him help us run some scenarios at different rate of return assumptions, because the rate that we will get from CalPERS will be assuming a 6%. The latest news that I've seen, CalPERS, I'm sorry?
7%.
Oh, I don't know what I said, so let me correct myself, 7%. We're thinking more like 6.2. That's where the number came out of my head. CalPERS just stated that they're looking at about 5.8 so far. And so they're not going to make 7.
Yeah.
And so we will bring you some scenarios, and you may not agree with those scenarios, and we'll run another number, whatever the committee wants.
And so you would then pass that cost on to other cities?
Not just
through consultation.
Yeah, Stanford, anybody else that we're providing services to.
Okay. Okay, and so we'll see like a line item that will show like the unfunded pension liabilities, and then.
So you're kind of seeing it in the document. We're calling it out supplement. So like on page 402, you're seeing at the top. Budget adjustments, number 1, supplemental pension trust, $210,000, and we're 36%, I think we said.
Yeah.
It's getting tired. 36% of that is our share, and the rest is the partners.
I see.
And we have that across the enterprise funds, right, that you'll be seeing that. It's one of the call-outs that we did in the highlights of this budget year, that we would be doing this 10%. Additional unfunded liability charge would go into the trust for this year, but as long as.
Yeah, exactly. And, one of the beauties of this is if we're aggressive enough, we could actually save the partners money, obviously ourselves too, but the partners could save money by doing it. So it's beneficial to all of us.
So, wait, so how do you know it's 10%? Because you said it's a complex calculation. How do you know it's not 20% or 5%?
We arbitrarily chose how much to add to this trust. That's one way to add additional funding. To calculate the actual amount that we would be required, assuming a 6%, it's an actuarial contribution.
And I thought the 10% we were choosing was basically to match the approximate contribution that we made this past year to the general fund.
Correct.
We set the money aside.
Which itself was picked for.
It was, we happen to have this amount of money, we said, let's put that in the trust. So, I'm sorry, so our rationale was not doing a detailed methodology to be able to justify that it was matching what we did, in a sense to kind of catch the enterprise funds up at least with what we've done in the general fund. And then we'll have this opportunity, as Lalo said, in the fall to start to really recalculate what it should be.
Do you think it's high or low? Or you have no idea?
10%, it's low.
It's low.
We need to be more aggressive.
Okay.
And there's going to be opportunities for you to choose path. But then again, there'll be potential pain points, because if you make that a hard number and we hit a recession, then we got to make that hard number. And then something else has to give. So that's why we want to have this lengthy discussion, so we can go through those paths and pros and cons and consequences.
I would look at it this way, which is, a comprehensive strategy is not something we can develop overnight, and we're working on it, right?
Correct.
With the Section 115 and picking a couple numbers, we decided we wanted to start before we had the comprehensive strategy done. So
exactly. There was an interest by the council for us to not wait for this strategy to be formulated, and you, the council, not necessarily this group, gave us direction that any excess monies that we could set aside to start, and that's how we started.
So do we set aside 10% for every department, or just this one?
So we set amount first for the general fund, the 10%. So what we are recommending to you in every budget that is outside of the general fund, that 10%. So yes.
So to be really clear, we did the general fund last year. This year, we're doing all the other funds, but there's not an additional contribution from the general fund.
That is correct, because we want to have that strategy. And one of the thoughts was, because CalPERS doesn't really keep the numbers separated by fund, we're doing that ourselves. We wanted to keep it from an accounting and reporting perspective at even contribution. We may decide at some point not to do it that way, but for now, to keep it simple and easy to explain to you and to the community, we decided on keeping the same methodology across the board.
So Is this 10% we need 10% every year, or just at one time only is good enough?
No, you're going to need some amount higher than that,
Okay.
ideally
So
every year.
Why don't we do it? Why don't we do it again this year for the general fund?
Well, because we want you to get the big picture of all the issues, right? We're already having a discussion, and I don't want to bring it up to discuss it, but just to make a point. The tree trimming is a significant issue. It's $300,000.
Yeah.
So if I were to come back to you with if you told me go find another $3 million, we're going to bring you a lot more tree trimming.
But I think we got to live within our means, right? So I mean, if and you're saying 10% is already too low. If we're not even doing the minimum of 10%, is that negligent?
Well, so what we're suggesting that we do this strategically and in a process manner, and we'll get there. You want to make informed decisions because it's as you push one lever, something else pops up, and so we want to inform you of what.
But it seems like we're kicking the can down the road because if we know it's already 10% is kind of low, right, or not realistic, and we're not doing it this year. I mean, to me, it seems like we're consciously not addressing the problem.
So I would argue that you are ahead of the curve. Most cities in California don't even have this on the radar. There's more attention to this.
But we have a better.
Can I weigh in here?
Sure.
I mean, again, as the city manager said, we could devote the whole month talking to this, right? If it's 11 o'clock, and we're sort of going off the agenda topic. So
Okay, so let me get back on agenda. So the other question I have for you is, for staff, is does this include meters, like checking the meters? Yes. Those are all meters, okay. Okay.
I'll ask my question of Phil, but I think it's a yes or no question. The large anticipated future expenses aren't in this yet, right?
Correct.
Thanks.
Eric, I do have a couple.
Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, in the presentation, talks about shifting 2.21 FTEs to the storm drainage fund. I don't find that savings here. I'm not able to identify it. Maybe it's combined with something else.
The number would be in that at places memo that we gave you for the storm drain fund. It also affects this fund, but
Yeah, but I was looking for the savings in this fund.
So we
hadn't had the measure passed by
Right.
we putting the budget together, so it's not in this document that we printed, so that's why it's a supplement.
It was
It's in
tied.
that place's memo, but
Correct.
So let me try again. So this change came along as a result of the passage of the measure. So when we completed the document, we didn't want to be presumptuous and assume that the measure was going to pass and make the change. So it's an amendment we're making tonight to the document itself. So you're right, the savings is not identified there. What we're asking tonight when we approve it is that you approve that change as well and the shifting of those positions. So then we will add those savings to
In the final document,
the
when they adopt the budget.
okay.
And
So,
to Councilmember Holman's question, I think do you realize that the 346 that you see going in would be realized in this fund once we get that page done? I think that's
yes.
where your question was
Yes,
going.
that's what
Cool.
my question is.
Sure.
Yes, yeah, okay. I thought I had two questions, but it's 11 o'clock, that is. Oh, I know what it was. It's a Greg Tanaka question. So on page 400, plant mechanic, there were none and now there are 7.
Yeah, so if you look up a few rows, you'll see the maintenance mechanic row.
This year.
Not even. So if you look at plant mechanic, you see it increasing to 7.0 in the 17
Okay,
adopted
it
budget.
shifted.
But it shifted from maintenance mechanic. And it gets back to the point Jim was mentioning earlier, right? We've got a number of classifications. We try to consolidate. We try to make it a little bit more consistent throughout the organization. And this is one of those naming conventions. We didn't actually add 7 positions outright in the 17 budget. You would have remembered that from these meetings.
Okay, and the other part of that question is it the same people?
Yeah, it was a reclassification of the existing
It's the
staff.
same persons.
Precisely.
Yeah, not positions, but persons. It's the same persons.
If there was an incumbent in that position, then yes, it would have been that same person. It's not, there could have been staff turnover. I don't want to speak to that necessarily, but yes.
Because the reason I ask is, it is a Greg Tanaka question. So it seems like maintenance and mechanic could be contract as opposed to staff. That's a very much of a lay question, but
Well, no, it's a good question because we use contractors and we have our own staff. And so with everything that, now a lot of stuff is breaking and falling apart. That's our problem. So every time that occurs, we ask ourselves, should we use our 7 people and try to do this project in-house, or is that something we're going to have to bring a contractor in to do? So an example was last Saturday night, some people at the plant stayed up all night installing this new flow meter, and that was a contractor job, right? That was Anderson Pacific. So for that, we hired Anderson Pacific. It's this big, huge flow meter that we had to lower 25 feet into this big vault, and we hired them to do it. But our own staff does slightly smaller projects, and they're qualified to do that same thing on a slightly smaller scale. We don't have the big scale equipment. We actually had to hire a diver to dive down in the sewage. Next time we need that, we're expecting one of the council members. Yeah, no, we're turning that over to Karen next time.
no, I think that's where you call
We eliminated the staff diver. Council in there.
This guy, we've hired him several times now, and I thanked him profusely the first time. I said, wow, we really appreciate that. I mean, I didn't want to say it, but how could we find somebody who would dive into sewage? And he said, oh, I loved it. That was great. Anytime you need me, call me back. So there are people that like to do that, but they get $1,500 an hour with their whole crew. With their crew. A crew has to come with them and all this equipment to, you can imagine. So anyway, it's a good question as to what we use in-house and out-house.
So it sounds like it's, we've been doing it now 2 nights in a row. So it sounds like it's 7 FTEs plus consultants.
It is. It is.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And that's in a different category, of course.
And you might remember the person to call for this really is Sid Espinoza. Remember his fascination?
I do. Yes.
So call Sid Espinoza for this.
I will. Any more sledge diving?
And so when we have the new facility, will the need for so many positions go down? And what's the completion date? Remember, what's the completion date of the facility?
2 years, so the summer of 19, we hope to be done with this $22 million sledge dewatering and offload facility. I don't really think we will be able to reduce the number of positions. You could argue or say that this sledge dewatering facility is less complicated than the incinerator, which it is. But the number of regulations, requirements, safety features continues to go up. We think we've been very good about not adding to the number of operators for many years now. We've shifted and we've been more efficient on certain tasks as new unit processes have come on at the sewage treatment plant. So I think we'll be lucky to kind of hold our own and not have increases as all this other stuff hits us, even though this building is simpler than the incinerator.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Did you really say that?
I'll just move that we tentatively approve this budget.
Second.
And that's net of the Add Places memo?
Yes, Add Places and CIP.
Okay. All in favor? Motion passed. 4-0. Thank you very much. We're winding through here.
Yes. 11:09.
11:09. We have 2 items left to go. It's the airport fund and the vehicle. Our favorite, the vehicle replacement and maintenance.
So could I suggest, because I think the airport fund might generate some questions, could we just do vehicle replacement tonight and do airport our next meeting, or is it not good to break it out like that? Because it's
Your-
11 o'clock
your
after
next-
11?
Mr. Perez.
Your next meeting, we're starting at 6 and we're scheduled to end by 11. I guarantee you will not end at 11. That you got police, fire, which has huge changes, community services, planning, and then parking, the special revenue, Stanford. So you have a really packed.
I'm going to suggest we
Yeah, you've got
bite
staff
the
here.
bullet here,
Yeah,
and staff stay, yeah.
Let's suggest this, if you could try this as a, let's really get through this, even if you have to put stuff in the parking lot, and we will have the chance to revisit it, wrap up.
Okay. It's the hour of the night. We're going to hear a lot of puns, though. We're on a roll here.
And I'm sure you guys are happy with you so late. Hey, airport fun time.
Okay. Real quickly here. So this year we have, the major thing that's happened at the airport is that we have transitioned from the 2 leases that the county had for maintenance, for airport services, and now have individual leases with all of the service providers and all the tie-down facilities. And this has actually generated about an increase of almost $1.2 million over what we were receiving from the county leases. We've completed the design and construction of our perimeter fence, and Andy Swanson, who's behind me, our airport manager, has been very successful in bringing in FAA grant obligations to essentially improve the airport apron and runways. That's about about $15 million worth of work. To anticipate Councilmember Holman's question about the payback of the general fund loans, we are delayed in that, but that's primarily because we are taking advantage of those FAA grants. Without those FAA grants, we would still have an airport apron that has essentially a pavement condition of about a 35, which is poor condition. So once we get through with that construction in the next 4 years or so, we will be receiving the revenues directly into the fund and begin our payment schedule. And we actually have some information here on when our payback schedule will occur. This coming year, we'll be updating our minimum standards, our rules and regulations for airport operations. We're beginning to develop our long-range business plan for how we will operate the airport, particularly with all the service providers that are out there. And we will continue to seek grant funding from the FAA for airport improvements. So next slide. So staffing requests, the one request we have for our maintenance and operations is we've been functioning with hourly employees for a lot of our maintenance and operation activities. We've had difficulty retaining these employees, so we are proposing to convert our hourlies to 1.5 full-time positions to provide support to our airport operations. And that's in addition, essentially primarily driven by the fact that we have taken over all these leases and that we have the airport open 7 days a week as long as the tower is in operation. Operating requests, we have, again, and I believe that figure is wrong on this slide. The rental lease tie-down income is about $1.5 million, as I recall. We will be, over the next 2 years, seeking or getting $200,000 from the general fund. And again, as I said, that'll be to offset the matching funds that will be obligated with the FAA grants we're receiving. We have maintenance and legal fees on an ongoing expense. And then we have in the 5-year capital plan a apron reconstruction project of about $17.3 million, of which 15.4 will come from the FAA. We have airfield electrical improvements that has to do mainly with the runway lighting and those kinds of things, and Andy can provide more detail if you need that. And then we have an airport layout plan update that needs to be provided to meet FAA requirements for the capital funding. I think that's our last slide. Steve? So, open to questions.
Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, since I asked a question about the refi, we just got this tonight, so I haven't gone through it terribly clearly.
You're looking at the payback.
I'm looking at the payback schedule. Yeah. So it's got, in 2017, it's got loan from the general fund of 704, and then in 2020, general fund loan repay, it's 370. So it's metered out in ways that aren't quite clear. And I guess what I was wanting to know too is, because it is a loan, are we getting interest on that?
Yes, the repayment includes interest.
At what kind of rate? Can we decide our own rate?
Lalo, I don't know.
Typically, we use our portfolio rate of return, so meaning that we don't lose money if we assume it would have been invested for that period of time at the same rate, and that's been our practice. I would have to check in and figure out if we were to try to use something else, if the FAA would approve that. I don't know the answer after tonight.
It's probably worth inquiring about. So if I added up these three numbers that are here, are they going to add up to
No.
7, 9, 11? No, they're not.
So here's the issue on the back page, because prior to 2017, we had other loans. So the way I read this chart is we're really anticipating right now that in FY 2019, we'll be done loaning the airport funds. But the cumulative amount of what we would have loaned totals $3.3 million, if I remember correctly from the back.
That's correct. That's on the back page.
And so then we're starting to pay back, starting in 2020, about 10%, about 10% a year, at least the first 2 years. So it's sort of a slow repayment schedule, right, in one sense.
So why are we doing it that way as opposed to, I mean, you could look at it both ways, but why are we doing it as a slow repay as opposed to a lump sum repay? I mean, is it just like a savings account, kind of,
No,
or is that how you're looking
we
at
have
it?
to have
or-
the money.
It's really cash flow. The airport conditions, just the county just let it go, and there's just a lot of maintenance and expenses, and they didn't staff it appropriately, and we have these grant opportunities and that are desperately needed for work, and Andy was able to secure those grants, as you may or may not recall. It's 90% of the cost is covered by the loan, the grant. So it's just really a cash flow. Obviously, if we see that the revenue generation changes, we'll adjust. We are getting some pushback because some rates went up on the leases that we're proposing with the renters out there, and to the point where they may come to you. But we feel that it's justified because of the market rate. So we're doing it on market rate, the leases are. And so it's really a cash flow.
Okay, and then the last question I think about this for me is, this is the payback schedule, at least a slice of it. Thank you for doing this. And when is operating revenue? Okay, so it's looking to make a profit by 2018? Do I read that right? Beginning fund balance, that's beginning fund balance.
Yeah, we start building up,
Yeah, operating revenue and operating expense. It looks like 2018.
And you got to look at the loan, right? If you look at if you look at 17, it says it has $251,000 in fund balance, but you loaned $700,000, so you're really in the hole still. In 18, it has $515. but you already made a loan of 700 and you're making another loan
Yeah.
of 200. So we kind of gotta put those into the equation.
So when do we start at least breaking even, if not making a profit?
Well, in 2018. Aren't I reading that right?
So, yeah.
Yes.
So it is 2018,
That's
but I-
correct. However, some of the ending fund balance that you're seeing there in 2018 is for capital projects that's already been encumbered. So about half of that amount is set aside already for capital projects that are in process. And so if you take that piece out, you only have about half left. So your ending fund balance goes down, and thus the money that's rolling from year to year decreases. And so every year you cumulatively decrease what you're ending the year with.
Okay. Okay.
That's why 2020 is the first year that you can essentially start paying back.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to clarify the loan documents that we have. We set aside a 10-year repayment plan, so
Mhm.
that's why it's phased out so long. There's no requirement that we stick to that 10-year repayment plan, but this plan that we've set aside here gets us back on track to pay each loan back within that 10-year period, starting with the loan that was made in 2014 by 2023. And so every loan subsequent to that will be repaid by the 10-year plan that we've set aside.
Okay, and then let me go back to one thing here, I apologize, but operating revenue isn't the same thing as operating income. So in 2018, we have operating revenue. I'm sorry, it is operating revenue. What am I saying? No, revenue. Okay, income revenue. Okay, all right, never mind. Answer my own question.
So just a high-level comment. I mean, it's a little, frightening to see a proposed budget double from year to year, but I kind of understand it here as we're investing up front in a service we've just taken on. We have good opportunities with these FAA grants to improve the project. And that kind of builds into Councilmember Holman's question of like the payment schedule, right? And what we're investing today and what the return is going forward and what the airport owes back to the city. There's kind of like a triangle there. I don't know if the rest of our council members will have questions around that, but it may be helpful to kind of describe that a little bit cleaner for folks. Otherwise, nothing.
So I'm just trying to understand this. Is this, are we like, after everything's said and done, are we cost neutral on this?
I guess where I would look at it is I look at fiscal year 2020, and I'm looking at the revenue, 5.4 million, and 5.4 expenses, with including 370,000 in loan paybacks. So I think we're better. It's going to take a while to pay this back at that level.
I think it's okay. I'll be honest with you. I didn't want to buy the airport when the council first wanted to do it. I was just really worried that it was not going to be good, that we were inheriting a place that was kind of a wreck. And once we took it over as a city, we're much more responsive. So it would be hard for us to just let things go to pieces. That being said, I think we've done a great job in leveraging grants from the FAA. And if I could just ask a question of the staff too, Greg, along these lines, I would hope that we're maximizing the tie down and user revenue, because what these grant investments say, we're dramatically improving the quality of the airport. It's already the third busiest airport in the Bay Area. I mean, as far as takeoffs and landing, isn't that crazy? And really, what I understand, the most desirable for sort of small private pilots as far as the winds and the location. So I would just hope we're maximizing what we charge.
Andy Swanson, Airport Manager, Public Works. And to answer that question, yes, and it was a real concern of mine when we first took the airport over, the quality and the conditions that we were leasing these rates for. And the users really understood and continued paying the rates of really substandard conditions. And at this time, our rates are the highest rates probably for an airport our size, probably throughout the nation. And especially in the Bay Area. We're well above San Carlos, our neighbor. They just reset their rates. Hayward just went through, reset their rates. And so, but I explain it to, if somebody asks me, our tenants, I said, well, you know, if you buy a house here, you buy a house in San Carlos. So you want to live here, you want your airport close, there is a premium you pay. It's the most desirable airport, you know, and we're bringing it up to the quality that it should have been when we brought it back. It was in terrible shape. And that was the message we delivered to the council. It wasn't, maybe some of you were here, but that was our commitment to make sure you're fully aware of what we were bringing back. And the commitment I've seen, you know, has been really, it's been, maybe we've done too good a job at bringing the grants in, but I think we need to do that because that money might not always be there. And so if we can take advantage of that now, get the airport, you know, which we're online to do that, and be able to pay the loan back. So if that answers the question, Jim.
Councilmember Tanaka, let me add one more point of reference that, since you may not have the background. It's a little bit like the pension. You can't get out. When we, because of the grants we've signed up for throughout the years, every time you get a grant, you re-up 20 years commitment of operations. So that's what Mr. Keene was saying when we looked at it. We didn't want it, and I said the same thing. I said, I don't know if we want to get into this business. And then the FAA said, well, you don't have a choice. You're already committed to it. So that's part of the issue we have.
Well, I think the city manager actually asked the question I was curious about is, are you maximizing the rates? And so let me ask you this. So you said we have the highest rates. What do we compare to San Carlos?
I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but San Carlos rates, I can't give you, I can get you an answer. I apologize, I don't have that. We just went through a study and did our hangar rates, you know, and updated our hangar rates, and we're considerably higher and our rates than San Carlos.
If you were to look at let's say the average price of a Palo Alto house versus San Carlos house, is the ratio kind of the same, or is
not
it
quite,
more?
but not quite like
Not
that.
quite?
The aviation is the rates are lower, and that sometimes is confusing because like if you take a simple tie down and the rate of a tie down.
No, I'm talking about like if you took a ratio of let's say Palo Alto property versus San Carlos property, and you ratio that to the rates of San Carlos to Palo Alto, are we like, is rates that much higher, or is it about
How's things 30%?
I would, percentage-wise, I'd say it is. I'd have to look at it, but it is. There is a definite. I can't tell you the actual number. I'm sorry, I don't have that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can get it to you for a future meeting.
Okay, and is there, even with these rates, is there a lot of demand for space?
There is. When we took the leases back in April, there actually was a list that was given to us that had been
even at the higher rates.
Yeah. Yes.
Is there a lot of extra demand for this airport?
Yes, there is.
Then why don't we raise the rates more?
Well, that's a question that was asked to me before, and there's a rate that is there was a kind of there was a rate for a hangar, say a box hangar, and the box hangar was going at a rate of as high as 1,600 versus some people were paying around 800. So when we looked at the rates and we looked at the appraisal, and we said, okay, well, the appraisal didn't have the opportunity to look at they didn't have the rates. They were just given to us right before we took the leases back by the previous property, large lease. So when we did that, we looked at it and we said, okay, well, we moved it up a little bit. We didn't move it to the top, but we moved all the rates up and all the hangar owners. Some hangar owners actually rates increased drastically. Others came down a little bit. So we kind of took we tried to make it, not go to the highest point. And just the reason it was, some people were really being actually, basically, paying way too high of a rate for the conditions of the hangars. They're very old, and there's a lot of maintenance. So we tried to be.
They're paying for the location, right? I mean, isn't that what they're really paying for?
location, and yeah, and it's a very.
Like if you went to if there's the airport, let's say in Fresno, I'm sure it's a lot cheaper.
Yes.
Right. I mean, it's the location, isn't it? The Palo Alto location that they're paying for.
Yes.
Is there a limit to how much money we can make from? Is like some sort of nexus study has to be done, or is it some sort of limit to what we can charge?
Well, the standards in the industry have there's been no airport that I know of that have just taken their rates and pushed them up like you would in a lease because of the restraints that an airport has. You can only use that building for a certain thing. You know, it's only for aviation activities. There's all kinds of restraints on that. I've never seen a municipality actually handle their leases that way and raise them up, you know, like you would, I guess, in the private market, you know, of just setting your rates.
If you were a pharmaceutical company.
Yeah, if that answers your question. Yeah.
I mean, it seems like right now there's like at least a 10% or more pension liability that we're not accounting for, which is a very big number. And so if there's demand, I can't see why we would not raise the price more.
Andy, let me jump in here. So there's one thing you need to understand, Councilmember Tanaka. The money the revenue that's generated by the airport needs to stay at the airport.
Is this covered by Prop 218?
FAA. It's FAA requirements. The FAA will not allow a public agency to take revenue from an airport and divert it to the general fund, for example. It needs to stay in the enterprise fund.
And that's why I was asking
Well,
about the interest.
we do have a payback schedule.
But that's why I was asking about the interest rate too, because the only time we can take money out of the airport enterprise fund is when we're paying that loan back.
That's fair. And we're trying to maximize that, Councilman Tanaka, just so you know that we're trying to do that. We have tenants out there that are allowed by the FAA. There's certain conditions that they allow. Audi dealership, for example, they can't store their vehicles because they don't have enough capacity in their lot. We let them use areas that are not restricted by the FAA and charge them rent for that. So where we can, we do that, and we know that those funds help the operations and lessens the loan to the general fund.
Does the airport lease land from the city?
So that's where I was going next. So good lead to me. That was my first thought. I want to charge them rent. FAA said no. So we cannot. The general fund cannot charge that enterprise rent. So we looked at that one as well.
So is there? It's not pertinent to the budget particularly, but it would be interesting to see a list of what the loans commit us to. You know, there was a 20-year reference, but sometimes the loans from the FAA also commit us to certain conditions, the grants, I'm sorry. Commit us to certain conditions, and so some of those may or may not be advantageous to our city.
Okay, and that document is the grant assurances, and it's a quite large document, and we can get a copy of that. Yeah, it's.
We'd like the cliff notes of that, maybe.
Embarcadero be a toll road?
I was going to say that the initiative for this, or one of the initiatives for this fund, is also to start the airport business plan, which I would assume would deal with some of these issues that you're speaking to, Andy.
Yeah, and I can speak to that. The business plan will be the start for Palo Alto to the Palo Alto vision of your airport, what you want it to look like, and that's why you'll see in the slides we saw that the ALP update follows that. So once you have your vision, and council has a vision of what they want the airport to look like, then we go back to the FAA and we put that on our ALP and we move forward. And the projects that Paul's speaking of, there, the ability to what I would hope would pay back the loan sooner would be some more of a long-term lease of a facility and pay back the loan that way, probably partnering private sector or something like that.
to the chair, it's like, maybe this is a conversation that we should have more conversation about, outside of this, because before I forget it, one thing that just does occur to me, because the airport is, as you said, it's the busiest, blah, blah. So maybe one way of raising some revenue from the airport that maybe the FAA wouldn't touch is if we charged an impact fee of pilots because of air quality concerns.
I'm gonna say that I think, given the hour and so forth, I think it's a longer discussion. The issue that I think is interesting, which is raised here, which looks like there's economic upside on the airport, right? Are there ways that we could capture that? I mean, obviously, or some of that. Obviously, the staff's been through it quite a bit already, and so perhaps it makes sense to sort of think about it a little more, right? I think we got the issue, right? Probably not going to fix it tonight, right?
But how do we take action from it?
What do you suggest?
Don't you guys tentatively want to approve what we have before you? I mean, I think
Yeah. We have questions about, questions. I'm sorry.
He's asking how do we have a further discussion on that?
Let me see if I can help with this, and it may not be what you were looking for. The way we're looking at it from a staff perspective, I'm sorry? Yeah, so right now what we're trying to do is bridge this gap between the time that we get the business plan completed to you, because I think that's where the policy decision is going to come, because you want to enter into a longer-term leases. You want to understand what investments you want to make to maybe maximize the leases and the titles and the rents, because
you probably said when we should expect that, but what was it again?
So, if I can just add to that too. So the rates and fees, rules and regs, all of the guiding documents.
When's the business plan?
Yeah, it'll lead up to this. So if I could just, sorry. So that will build up to bringing rates and fees in front of you. And then once that's established and we have the documents all in Palo Alto, not a lot of the documents were transferred from the county and we're operating under those documents, then you'll be able to move into the business plan. So that will start that discussion. So I anticipate into the fall, those documents will be coming forward, and then we'll be moving into the business plan later.
Okay, so late this year.
Later in the year. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Last two things, which is on 363, the pensions and salary. Pensions go up 44.5%. Now, it's not a big absolute dollar amount, but I'm just curious, is something funny going on here? Why? I think it's one of the highest jumps in pensions.
So, Councilmember Tanaka, Steve Guagliardo again. So last year, there were positions in the airport fund that were temporary and hourly positions, which are not pensionable. What's recommended in this proposed budget is converting those to...
Oh, I don't think we should do that. I think, we already have a pension problem. Why would we want to do that?
I think Andy can talk to you about his
experience. Let me address that first, and then Andy can follow up. So as I mentioned earlier, we've been using, when the county had the leases, we didn't have responsibility for a lot of the facilities. Now we do, and we've been using hourly employees for a lot of our maintenance and operations. We've had huge turnover. We have a chart here. I think for some of the hourly positions, we've had an average of 9 months per person, and then we have to replace them and then retrain the people. So we need to have some stability and consistency in our maintenance and operations staffing.
I would also point out that since this is an enterprise fund, the liabilities for these pension positions are not borne by the general fund. They can't be borne by the fund where the positions are funded.
I would just also add, I don't see why we can't build the total cost into the rates and the fee. I mean, this is the price of doing business this way. And we could even have an accelerated pay down of the unfunded liability.
That's right. Yes. You don't have to maintain the same methodology across funds.
If there's upward area in the rates we charge customers at the airport, this is the kind of thing that the FAA would have to approve.
And it impacts the level of service tied to the rates you charge too, right? If you don't have the proper, if you can't find, because these positions, some of them have special experience because you have to have certain safety protocols because you're an airport mandated, right? And you have to have all this training, and if you have a consistency on staff, then you can make that as part of your service delivery and why you're charging, because you have adequate services.
I guess my only point is, given the looming pension problem, I can't see why we would want to add any staff in general. Now, I understand this is a kind of a segregated budget that we can't necessarily touch, but in general, I think we should try very hard not to add any employees, given the pension problem. We just add on to it.
Isn't this a no harm, no foul kind of situation?
Our pension problem if we had the money to do it, and so that's the problem. But this is both a small amount, and there is a clear nexus between the value that we're providing and who is benefiting from it. That we ought to just, this is something we can really build the full cost into the cost of being able to use the airport.
Right. And it sounds like we have the ability to do that. So we should do that. I want to ask one question. One question, and then we can do that. And it's I'm going to word it somewhat carefully here, but it goes back to the issue of FAA money and sort of things that come along with that, which is our policy so far for the airport has been to be somewhat careful in the improvements, somewhat selective in the improvements we make to that for a variety of reasons. When we do the apron reconstruction and we get, almost $20 million from the FAA, right, for this kind of stuff, are we still going to be able to be as selective with our improvements as we have been in the past, or are we going to lose control of that?
I want to make sure I fully understand the question.
You understand my question.
I actually, you mean as far as is having to.
We've been careful about expansion, right?
But and that's really up. That's up to the council,
right,
as far as you have the control of that. Yes. But improvements.
Yeah. Okay.
All these projects have been improvements,
right,
just strictly maintenance and improvements on the airfield. Mm-hmm. Any expansion or anything would, it would first be.
Right. We don't have to do it because of the FAA contract to rebuild the apron.
No, and I really don't think the FAA would suggest you do that either. Your airport provides a certain service,
right,
and they're not going to want, well, if you wanted to, if you desired to, there's been airports that have, but
okay,
yeah.
But you're also limited by the type of runway you have. So any expansion, am I correct about that?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, that's exactly where I was going, because I've been understanding that planes are being developed now that need a shorter runway. So it's like if we get a grant to improve the runway, do we really want to improve the whole runway, or maybe I don't know, pick a number, 500 feet of it or something like that. So and it goes to Eric's question about expansion. So that's why I was saying, what does accepting some of these grant monies commit us to? And what are the implications? That's what I was asking.
Well, okay. So the grant assurances are very, okay.
I think I've made my point.
Okay.
In that case,
Correct. That was informational.
Yeah. I mean, once we get to the business plan, you can revisit that, I think, and see where we want to go, and we'll have a better sense of where we actually are, because right now we're projecting, that everybody's going to stay at the rate. So you'll have another opportunity.
And there's no repayment in the 18 budget plan anyway, so. Okay, last item.
Mike, I don't think you're doing anything out of the ordinary in the vehicle fund. You're just basically doing the annual replacement, right?
That's
all we're
correct.
That's all we're
That's
showing
correct.
in
This is
in
basically
the
it.
slide. So I think we can answer your questions.
Yeah, and for the convenience of the council members, this starts on page 388 of operating and page 623 of capital.
What you're looking, I'll do a quick promo. On Saturday at the Mayfair Parade, you'll be able to see or ride or touch some of the vehicles that were being obsolete that are coming out. The ambulance and the Quint engine, I believe, are going to be part of the parade, and so you'll see those vehicles then. So the staff is moving forward on making the replacements of the fleet as appropriate.
Questions? Councilmember Holman, you want to lead off? Councilmember Fine.
No questions, just a comment that costs seem to be escalating pretty quickly here, and the reconciliation is still a pretty big gap. It's like 25% that we're missing. It just stands out to me.
Yeah, I appreciate your noticing that. We actually have a consultant working with us to develop a new chargeback system so that we can get the fund trued up. So we are collecting the,
We do segregate the charges, so we do every fund pays their fair share. Yeah.
We actually have that number for you, and Paul will get it shortly.
Yeah, it's got to be utility or fire with the big wigs. But
fire equipment's very expensive.
Yeah.
So, following on to Councilmember Fine's question, vehicle replacement and additions, doubled from 2016 to 27, and now it's going up another 25%. Right? Why is that?
So once again, that second column you see is the FY 2016 actuals. So that reflects the money actually spent that year. So if any funding was reappropriated to the next year, a vehicle wasn't purchased for some reason, the deadline of the fiscal year wasn't met, it wouldn't materialize in that column. So that's the doubling you see.
Total revenues, I assume, is charges to other departments? Okay. What are the, in the staffing for this, all these are direct city employees and FTEs, right? What's the potential that there might be opportunities to contract some of that out, things like mechanics and so forth?
Yeah, so
we obviously have some specialty vehicles, right? But some of this should be fairly standard, huh?
Yeah, it's getting late, so I might forget. So Mike, you might have to help me out. But one of the latest things that Mike's group did is the parts. Did an agreement where, yeah. So we, instead of having a staff there, now we have a vendor with the supplies just in time and service that.
So far, it's so good. We're actually one of our initiatives this year is to evaluate the efficacy of that efficiency.
No, I think Mike finished it. Thank you. Sorry.
Well, just to kind of give you we did a fleet operational study 3 years ago, brought in a consultant to look at our operation, and they compared our operation to other comparable cities and municipalities, and came back with a recommendation that the staffing that we have basically kind of drove the staffing that we do have for now. The city of San Mateo, for example, does contract out most of their services, and for our reports back is that's not really working quite as effectively as it should, particularly the fact that we have a lot of specialized equipment for utility department, and our fire equipment is very specialized as well. So we found that we've been advised that the method of operation is comparably efficient as other agencies similar to ours.
So if I could ask, while are you still? So how many vehicles do we have in the fleet?
I'm guessing roughly 500 or so.
Yeah, the number is detailed on page 390.
Yeah.
And for fiscal year 17,
On page what?
390 of the operating budget.
There we go, 500, yeah. So I know this doesn't quite work this way, but if you look at, I know we have emergency vehicles that, kind of skew everything else, but if you look at, a number of just vehicle replacement and additions, if you use a $6 million number or a $7 million number from page 391, we're talking $120,000 to $150,000 a vehicle.
You're taking that number, dividing the 500?
No,
Oh.
no. I'm using the number of like 52 vehicles delivered, so I'm taking, those are the new vehicles, and into that cost expenditure, and I'm rounding, but.
What we would need to do is provide you the type of vehicles, because we could have, for example, if a fire engine comes in.
That's what I said, it's like that,
Yeah.
those kinds of vehicles skew it.
Yeah.
Those kinds of vehicles skew it.
And the utility vehicles are a couple $100,000, so we would have to give you the whole list in order for you to see what's in it. We could do that.
And so the other thing is, a few years ago, I think it was before even Jim came, probably, there was an audit to see what the vehicle replacement schedule was. And we were replacing vehicles way too frequently. Is there any thought that might be, need to be revisited again?
So actually, we made changes that are permanent, and we have what's called a fleet review committee. So it's myself, Mike, and the assistant city manager, so it's Ed Shikata, and we meet pretty much almost monthly and review vehicles that are requested, changes to the fleet if somebody wants to add a vehicle, and we go through a very formal process that the auditor had recommended that there be an official form justifying the equipment, the change, why, the cost, and what would be going to be the benefits in delivering services. And the three of us review that, and we sign off personally that we reviewed it and made, and we don't approve them all. We send some back and say no, or ask to have additional justification, because we want to understand, why do you want to switch from a sedan to an SUV? That sometimes the request that we get, and staff says, for equipment, we need a lot more equipment, and it's not accessible in a sedan. And we try to figure out, well, can it be an alternative fuel vehicle? Can it, how many miles, how many people? And we review the carpool fleet as well, to ensure that we don't have too many vehicles in the fleet overall.
But in addition, Lalo, my understanding was, in addition to this individual review, we actually did adjust and change and lengthen the cycle time for a number of our replacements.
Yes, and we remove vehicles from the fleet as well.
I remember you did remove some. So is it typical that 10% of the fleet would be replaced every year?
you're suggesting that we replace about 10% of our fleet each year?
Well, she mentioned 52
Yeah. 52 vehicles out of 500,
Yeah,
so.
I mean, that's probably a rule of thumb. We replace vehicles based on the mileage, and we just created a new policy for replacement cycling. I believe, John, it's correct, we're like on a 10-year cycle for replacements. One of the things we've done after the last audit report you mentioned is we looked at underutilized vehicles, and we actually surplused, believe, a couple dozen vehicles as part of that process. And then to get back to Councilmember Phil Seth's question about staffing, one of the things that came out of that study was we are now contracting out transmission repairs. We eliminated our mobile repair vehicle and the staffing for that. So we are continually looking at efficiencies for the fleet operation, including looking at each year's replacements, what should actually be replaced and what can we go without.
So there's 57 SUVs and sedans, so if you're on a 10-year cycle, then you're roughly replacing 6 of those a year.
I just remembered that these numbers may be impacted because I needed to give you a little more history. As a result of that audit that Councilmember Holman is referring to, sorry to point, the council froze the budget for replacements, and it was almost into the third year that we were not replacing it unless it was an emergency situation. And so these numbers may are probably catch up. So we're getting there. But I just realized that those numbers are being influenced by that slowdown. So we probably could go look back and look and see, if we normalize it, what it could be. But that wasn't that long ago that we had that.
So the other number would be the vehicle operations and maintenance. And operations obviously is like fuel tune-ups, that sort of thing. But again, averaging across, which could be skewed by some of these vehicles, but it's $100,000 in operations and maintenance. No, I'm sorry, that's not right. That's not right. It's 10,000. Yeah, I was using the wrong number. Sorry. Never mind on that one.
So on 626 of the CIP, I see that there's 57 SUVs or sedans. And are these special sedans or SUVs? Or what's I see that there's like police marked units and there's no specialized equipment, but what are these sedans and SUVs used for?
John Hospitalier, Assistant Director, Public Works for Public Services. You're correct. Some of them are public safety vehicles. One of the things we faced recently is the Crown Victoria model that Ford offers in the police cruiser. It's been discontinued, so now.
He's talking about a different category because those are police marked units. He's talking about 57.
Okay. So that would be pool vehicles.
What are pool vehicles?
Pool vehicles are cars that are not necessarily assigned to an individual.
Shared vehicles.
They're shared vehicles by a department or by a region.
And what do they use them for?
For instance, like on our 6th floor, our Public Works engineers, they have, there's a pool here at City Hall. They'll have a meeting across town with a contractor. Mm-hmm. They'll use that vehicle to go across town for that meeting or meet at the MSC or at Elwell Court, any other city facility that they might be working at.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but also included in that sedans and SUVs row are things like the fire SUVs.
Well, that's what we were just touching on in there.
Well, the police marked units, I think, are the separate ones in the row below it. But on page 626, those sedans and SUVs, the unmarked, the fire public safety vehicles are.
That's correct. That's correct.
I see. How many of them are marked of the 57?
So you're all the battalion chiefs are marked. So that's what
That'd be 5 or 6 of those, I think.
And then the deputy chiefs, and then the fire chief. Off the top of my head, maybe around 10 or so.
10, okay.
So one of those was the one that somebody was complaining about in Mountain View,
You
that was
got
always
it.
parked in front of their house at night?
Yes.
Okay, so there's
And that's a pool vehicle?
No, that's an assigned vehicle. And that's the other thing we did. We removed a lot of vehicles from folks. We used to have vehicles assigned that for take home, so you could, take it home to respond to emergencies, for example, in Mike's group and utilities group, and we removed all of those. Only public safety folks that are in command.
Different kind of emergency in Mountain View, that guy.
It also, could I just add that also reduced our liability?
So, so that leaves 47 vehicles that are unmarked. Is that right? Roughly 47.
Off the top of my head, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably best we return to you with an accurate count.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't we just bring you the list, the actual list?
Well, my point here is more than that. Is why don't people just use their own cars? Like, what's so special about these cars that the city has to provide them?
It's an insurance issue. You're now the employee saying, well, you put it on me, on my insurance, on my car.
But every company I've worked at has always done mileage. Or push comes shove, you could do Uber.
Yeah. And we do that. We do have, employees that submit for insurance reimbursement.
Wait, isn't it IRS has mileage?
I'm sorry, I said insurance. I meant mileage reimbursement. We do have that available. It's typically because, most of the vehicles, they need them because they're assigned to do their job, because they're taking something like building inspectors, right? They need to go from job site to job site, and then they need to carry their equipment with them. And so
I used to be in sales, and I got mileage for driving from customer to customer, right? And I guess here's where I'm going on this. So kind of as Councilmember Holman mentioned, maintenance cost is also pretty high. That's one thing. Second thing is we only have so many spots in City Hall, right? It takes up parking spaces as well. The capital cost of it as well. Do we know how utilized these vehicles are?
So I think one of the things we could do is, I think we need to distinguish from the pool vehicles, which would be available for occasional use, and we worked to shrink that pool in recent years. And then we have vehicles that are assigned to people that is really part of their job. And, maybe unlike a salesman or saleswoman, this is more like Roto-Rooter or an exterminator. You want somebody to show up who is official. We're doing building inspections or fire command staff showing up on a scene.
Well, if the car is marked, I totally get it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm with you on that, right? That's why I was talking about, like, which ones are unmarked, and it sounds like 47
For
are unmarked.
clarification, does this deal of Palo Alto count as marked, or are you only caring about public safety when you use marked?
Well, I guess I'm just trying to think, we're trying to be, we have a parking problem, that this is 47 cars. I'm not sure where these cars are located, but, assuming some of them are here in City Hall, we have a parking problem downtown, and like, this is not helping. And I would imagine the employees have to drive their car here, or if they can't drive the car here, they can take Uber.
So if I can speak to that, there's really only
4 building inspectors in town.
Yeah, there's really only about 10 vehicles here at City Hall, counting, and that services development center, planning, public works, utilities, all the floors here. So it's not a large amount of those vehicles. There's a pool at the MSC, there's a pool at Elwell Court, and there are pool vehicles throughout the city for CSD. So just to kind of give you some perspective, it's not that large of a number. It's off the top of my head, it's 10 or 12
why we
vehicles
need to
here.
have those kind of cars, unless.
And then just one other thing to add some perspective. Somebody touched on it. We have an expectation by our citizens, right, to respond. And I personally, I wouldn't be comfortable with sending one of my managers out in their own vehicle to meet with the public on a matter that had to do with their sidewalk or a storm drain. First off, there's some OSHA requirements that are built into the vehicle as far as safety lighting for traffic control,
So I mean, if there's special equipment in the vehicle, I totally get it.
Okay.
I mean, are these just regular cars? Or
some are pickup trucks, some are passenger vehicles. There's a van or two in that pool also.
We should give you the list. I mean, my understanding is, except for like an unmarked police car, everything is marked. I mean, it has a city seal on it.
No, I understand.
It has a department.
But if you're just using it to get from here to MSC.
Well, I think we have a small number of people who do take public transportation, for example, who obviously need to be able to then get in a pool car to go to a meeting somewhere. I don't think we have a lot of those really in any location. We do have pool cars where it's a normal part of someone's job, and I actually do think if we've got a rec worker going up to a school site with a bunch of kids to do some program, I'd want them to be in a city car at least, rather than just driving up in a plain car. I mean, we do need to announce that, hey, this is part of the job of the city. But I think we could get the scale of this better if we actually gave you guys the actual list before we're here, and we actually identified roughly what the use is, so there's a better sense. I mean, if there's 8 pool cars in the whole city that fit in this category, and everything else is much more linked.
I just can't see the idea of having any, especially when there's Uber and Lyft around.
I think what the city manager is suggesting, if I can interject here, I think that would be helpful. If I can sort of extrapolate where I think Councilmember Tanaka is going is that, obviously, I mean, it all makes sense. I think what he's really asking is, the number is 57 sort of SUVs and passenger SUVs and sedan, what would the impact on city business be if that number were 10 or 15% smaller?
Right.
I think that's what he's asking.
Yeah, and I'm very open to, I mean, for right now, I mean, this would be a great follow-up thing. If you wanted us to do some study about, utilizing Uber and Lyft in some circumstances, I mean, what's the trade-offs for us to do that? And I would imagine if we want to move in some different directions, probably a combination of alternatives or something, right? So.
Actually, I'd like to add, we are already committed to doing exactly that as a result of the green purchasing policy audit. One of the commitments was to have our fleet staff look at options for transport vehicles, including pool vehicles, so we are in the process of gearing up to do that very same thing.
So, not to push it, but it is Friday morning.
Thank God it's Friday.
It's our third.
We got a tea time in 7 hours.
Palo's got a tea time in 7 hours, he said. I mean, his game's not that good to begin with, so he needs a little bit of sleep.
I think I guess the question I was going to ask is, pending what the city manager suggested, are we going to tentatively approve this, or are we going to put it in the parking lot until we see the...
No pun intended.
This
is one that would deserve to be in the parking lot. And as a matter of fact, if it was only in the parking lot, we ought to cut all of them. They're never going anywhere.
We got to know, do they need RPP? So, I don't know.
Why don't you put it all in the parking lot if you're unhappy, and we'll deal with it later.
I'll move we put that in the. I'll move we put the vehicle operating and capital budget in the parking lot for now.
Get you
We'll
more
revisit it.
explanation.
We'll revisit it. Second. All in favor? Thank you. Motion passes. And pending some more discussion.
So-
I'm sure we'll be back having this discussion.
One last order of business other than your next meeting. So as Lalo was saying earlier, right now, you're scheduled to do wrap-up on the 18th, but we need the potential for a second follow-up day. One day we were looking at was the 23rd, but that is the day that P&S now looks like it only can meet, both given the folks who need to be there. That's the 23rd. So what we wanted to ask is whether or not the Finance Committee could, either the 24th or the 25th as the backup day for finance. Because some of us have got to be in both of those sessions.
I need to get.
Yeah, so if you can't answer now, when's our next meeting?
Tuesday night.
What time on the 24th?
Well, I mean, we would recommend 6 because, you know, if you have a lot of stuff rolling over, then you want to get through it.
Either one? Okay.
But no 24?
No, so Adrian's good on either one? 25th?
So it sounds
Okay,
like,
and Karen will get back to us.
Okay, thank
So
you.
right now, 3 of you can do the 25th. Karen will let us know by Tuesday. Okay, if not, okay, good.
Okay.
Thank you
Sure.
very much for staying till late. It's almost like a regular council meeting.
There we go, that's about, actually, we're